Ladies and gentlemen, well, the wait is over. The battlefield is set. The warriors are ready, and history is about to be written. Welcome to the Esports Association of Nepal, where the best of the best across Asia have gathered to prove their dominance. 5 matches, one relentless stage, no second chances. Every bullet, every rotation, every clutch moment could change the destiny of this team. My name is Red Queen, together with my co-caster Torix. Together we'll take you through every heart-pounding battle, every game-changing play, and every unforgettable moment. So sit back, lock in, and get ready because the game's about to start.
Thank you so much, Red Queen, for the wonderful welcome. And yeah, the way everything is gonna resume, like everything is gonna start, all these teams, different names, and everything. We do have to go on to one factor, that these names, all these names, from this point onward, they are representing their own country.
Definitely. You know what? We're going to be opening up the matches. And but before we do that, we're going to check out the point system. So it's basic. You guys know this by heart. So the first placer will automatically get 10 points. So that's equivalent to a winner chicken dinner. But of course, as we go along, well, you have to make sure that you survive, one of the teams that will survive the longest in order to accumulate those placement points.
These are the point structure that is going to be played throughout the whole thing, and we all know, we are all familiar with this from this point onward. It's not new anymore, but we have the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, a total of 1 million Nepalese rupees, out of which the first place is going to get 400,000. 40% of the prize pool goes straight to the first place. The second one is going to have 20%, then we're gonna have like 15% to the third one, 150,000. Fourth place gets 100k, fifth place gets 50,000. Then we have the sixth place getting 50,000 as well. So fifth and sixth place gets equal of the prize pool, and the MVP on top of that also gets an extra. Not only you can be on the first spot, but you can also be the MVP guy that will get extra 50k just for himself on top of the team prize pool of 400k.
Oh man, you are absolutely right. Momentum is definitely everything here, Torix, just because, the amount of moolah these teams are going to be winning. But of course, you need to make sure that your goal is to finish at the top spot to get that lion's share. And talk about the MVP, or the most valuable player for this tournament, for the entirety of this tournament. It's 50,000 right here. What can you do with this amount?
There's a lot of things that you can do. First of all, talking about all the prize pool and this thing, this is just the 3 days of action. And this is just for the 3 days that you are not only just going to play, but you're also eligible to get that big of a prize pool for yourself. But we have the countries, ladies and gentlemen. We have Nepal, we have Indonesia, we have Malaysia, we have Vietnam, Laos, Lebanon, Mongolia, Timor-Leste, there's Bangladesh, there's Jordan, there's Sri Lanka, there's Pakistan, there's Maldives, and Syria on top of that. All these countries, they will be going up head-to-head against each other for the next 3 days of continuous action.
Oh, definitely. And I can't wait to show you guys just which teams are going to be representing what country. All I know, from all of the social media posts that we've seen so far, I think there will be at least 3 teams that will be representing Nepal. And as we are talking about it, you can see on the screen we've got Nepal Blue, Gyante, Delta, Killer Whitey, example right here. Nepal White, No Fear Sky, Jiggle Sleepy, Haidami, Nepal Red, Domain, Mukesh Rex, Precious Saitama, and Indonesia. We've got Razy, ZMJJKK, oh my goodness, that is a mouthful. We got Federalis, Malak, and a VOX6C. Judging by the names, these are all big names so far. You already know like which team they are representing as well.
Andy, the names, they're at this point, they're just representing their country. It's not about the fact and figurines of, okay, who's going where, but the fact is on towards the situation on how well they can do it. Because now Nepal has 3 chances. 3 chances of getting into not only just the top 3, but also they can just secure the top 5 perimeters just for themselves, meaning majority of the prize pool area, the distribution, it can be just for themselves.
Oh, yes, definitely. But just looking at the other teams that will be repping the flag, we got Vietnam, Maldives, Timor-Leste, and of course, Lebanon. And again, looking at the names over here, we know what kind of caliber, of course, they can deliver inside the battlefield.
Yeah, this is, I mean, at this point, we're not talking about just the players, though. We're just talking about the facts on the countryside. These players like Cham, Kevin, Umabu, William, Chipo from Timor-Leste. Lebanon has Fatal, Easy, Legacy, Vate, Zakaria. All these names we're familiar with. All these names that we know that they have represented their country throughout the scenarios, throughout the thing, and all those facts and figurines that has happened throughout their journey as a separate individual team. We have seen how good of an aggression that they can provide to the other teams, on top of the fact that at this point they're representing their country. So maybe the pressure might be high, maybe the pressure might be immense, because it's not just your team, it's your country that you're representing.
Yep. And again, 5 matches today and just 10 more after that. The time for slow starts, for this tournament doesn't exist. Every team must come in ready, of course, to dominate, or they will be left behind. So by the end of today, Torix, I think we will already know just who is shaping or will be shaping this competition, who needs to adjust the approach, and who might shock as all, not just today, but perhaps maybe even tomorrow.
I mean, this is just a 3 days of action, and you have done it you have said it very beautifully, I have to say, because in these 3 days, you have to first know the strategy of your opponent and know what they're thinking, and then after that, you have to devise a counter strategies against all of those teams, all of those names from that point onward. And you don't have that much of a days. You only have today, where I would say this is just a testing of water side of action you're gonna have for the teams and everything. You're gonna test the waters, you're gonna test the momentum of the other teams, what they are capable of and where they are lacking. Tomorrow you're gonna strike the teams from that point onward, and the last day it's a position holding side. And oh my god, talking about the match schedule, you only have 5 matches each day, 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and at the very start we have that unique Sanhok twist.
And this is how I would, always start my matches, to be honest. I mean, this is the kind of flavor I want. We start the tournament with a Sanhok match, and then we got 2 Erangels coming in between, and then we're going to cap things off, of course, the battle in Miramar. And just pretty much like we mentioned a while ago, Torix, momentum is definitely going to be everything right here. The teams will really work hard to secure a lot of chicken dinners for today.
I mean, they have to make a lot of amends. They have to make a lot of strategies to get those chicken dinners, because today is a crucial day. You are not only just gonna set your momentum, but you're also gonna implement fear into your enemies at this point, to be very of this team for the next 2 days of action. Wherever you're gonna see them, you either have 2 choices: take the action, take the risk of getting eliminated, or take the fight, or just get out of there as soon as you can. This is one thing that all these teams needs to implement into their enemies from this point onward, and that is the only place that you can have a secured position after that for maybe the next 2 days. But this is all just talks. This is all just us wishful thinking of how the teams should play. It's actually on the teams on how they're gonna play, how they're gonna represent their countries, because we know for a fact that the pressure is gonna be so immense today. Andy, it's not just the teams. I've talked about this. I'm saying this the 3rd time right now, that it's not just about the team's individual performance. It's not your single player individual performance. Yes, that 50k NPR is sounding delicious right now, but no. You have to think of the bigger picture. You have to think for the country and for that top prize pool for yourself.
Oh yeah, definitely. And to add on like what you just mentioned a while ago, teams that secure big wins today aren't just stacking points; they are building confidence, fear factor, and
Yeah.
of course control over the lobby. A strong
Lobby.
start means like opponents will be forced to play on their terms, scrambling to adjust rather than executing their own strategies. And of course, on the flip side, any squad that struggles today will have to like find their way back tomorrow, meaning more risks, bolder moves, and high pressure decision making. Because today, I think the main like takeaway for the five matches, who will be the aggressors, who will be the survivors, because there will be teams that will definitely start the game, come out swinging with early elimination points,
Yeah.
and of course there will be teams that will opt to play the long game. And that's the kind of storyline, of course, that we are waiting to see happen in the battlefield.
I mean, this is one thing that we are waiting. Yes, you said that correct. That some teams will be going for that passive momentum. Some teams will be going for that aggressive stances and everything. But yes, it all comes down to the points factor on how efficiently you can secure your points, how efficiently you can disperse of the other teams, survive, get more points, get a higher number of points than the other teams, how much of a difference that you can create at the end of the day after the 5 matches that you're gonna play. And on top of that, being the first match as a Sanhok, oh, we
Oh.
are in for a treat. We are definitely in for a treat. There's definitely going to be a lot of bloodshed. There's definitely going to be a lot of clashes. The fights are definitely going to be there as well. And on top of that, the third parties. And I'm
Oh,
more excited about
yeah.
the third parties in the Sanhok rather than the clash drops and everything.
You know what? I'm even looking forward to those 1v3 clutches and the 1v1 duel, that will come in later on. I mean, that's definitely for sure. Teams will be making a statement, right now for day number one of the tournament. And while others may be setting up, to peak maybe day two and day three, because, this is more of a sprint rather than a marathon, so to speak. So there is a need for those teams to like maybe turn on their aggression a bit in getting those elimination points, or just maybe just getting those placement points and not really focusing on getting the big win per se, but just really activating their consistency in the battlefield.
I mean, consistency is one thing that's either going to keep the team into the momentum or
Mhm.
they're actually going to keep their momentum from even moving forward. Because we have seen some of the teams that usually do go for that passive stances and keep that momentum throughout. We have seen them even struggle. They get eliminated at maybe number 9, number 8 at that point, only securing just one placement point. So whereas the other teams that do get early eliminated, they
Mhm.
tend to secure some more decent number of elimination points for themselves, 4, 5, sometimes 3. Okay, that's not even a good number, but it's decent. It's decent, and it's gonna get you through that thing. You're not gonna be at the very bottom. But talking about the bottom lines, you
Oh.
don't have enough bottom lines at this point. You only have top 5 positions that you want to secure for your team to be eligible for that prize pool, because this is this is the Asia Showdown this time around. This is the last, I think, Nepali calendar-wise, this is the last yearly showdown from their side. After this, there's going to be a new start, a new year start for that, and the new year calendar will be coming, more events, more action for the teams and everything will definitely come into the play. So I think some of the teams might want to get those save points for themselves, want to play it out safe till the very end, and maybe just some of the teams, I'm not saying the names, but I do believe so, some of the names will be from the country where there's multiple representatives. There's definitely going to be a lot of action there.
It's a little bit confusing, right? But yeah, we'll try our best, of course, to stick to the script here. But yeah, it's amazing. The 5 matches that we're gonna have for this evening definitely will set the tone for tomorrow. And just like what you said, they have to be really
Yeah.
go-getters here, because we're talking about just like 5 placement here to get that, a piece of that cake, so to speak. And the only thing that matters right now is to make sure that your squad makes it up until the end, or better yet, really finish at the top here. So again, we're excited to start the matches for today. I mean, it's already the weekend. It's Friday. Is it Friday on your side of the world? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is Friday over here, too. You have to remember, you're 3 hours ahead of me.
Yes, definitely. So we were gonna pop the weekend, so to speak. And now, speaking of popping, of course, the teams are already popping out of the plane as they head towards their favorite drop spot here in Sanhok.
Oh yeah, the final first match. Finally, the first match has commenced. All these names, all these pictures that you can see, they are playing into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 players only joining in from the Team Pakistan this time around. I don't see any other, like 3 or 2, a duo or a trio. Just a single team. So, meaning Team Pakistan is severely underplayed at this time. But talking about all the facts and figurines aside, let's see who's going to go for the fight, who's going to go for that action, early actions, because the plane line was not beautiful for the team, but it was a plane line for all of these players to go into their specific drop location. Painan, I can see, is one place where there's a multiple clash coming up. I think there's more than 2 teams. I can be wrong on that. And there's also the Paradise Resort, whereas I can see Vietnam and Syria kind of going close to the proximity as well.
Oh, yeah. And also for Team Bangladesh, they're evenly spread out in Sanhok. So probably some of the other members opted to go for a clean sweep through the town to get all of the attachments first and all of the weapons first before they get into any engagements as well. But it's a different story here when it comes to boot camp. We've got Nepal Red ready for action, and then we're jumping to check what Team Laos is currently doing at the moment. We can see that one of them is currently healing up because there's a fight about to commence here.
There's definitely a fight about to commence here, and that actually occurred. Not only occurred, it got even Stevened right there. That's the first elimination that we are going to see of our first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. At the Painan, the fight has commenced. The player got these eliminations for themselves, and now it's just the water side that's holding the teams down from one another. We have Uzi Boy, in fact, at this point, on top of the rooftop, looking forward on the other side of the waters. But look at Camp Charlie. There's 2 teams at the Camp Charlie as well. I completely, missed that one out. So meaning, not only just the Paradise and the Painan is kind of into the complex proximity, there's also that Camp Charlie area that can potentially go into the action of those fights. We have Lizzie Boy looking at Tome, but let's see if Tome is going to show his face, because already the gun is revealed. The barrel, the nozzle from the gun is revealed. The player knows exactly where the opponents are, but the team Laos, they're not making that much of an aggressive moves that can potentially harm them. They want to play it out safe. They got that first initiative, they got that first knockdown, and now they're just well settled on waiting for the other team to push towards them.
And there's only the river, of course, separating these 2 amazing teams here. But we can see that Tommy already cooking up a nade here. But can he be accurate enough to where he should throw that nade? In the meantime, Laos, of course, they're already flexing their 1 elimination point under their name. So they do have that advantage up against the opposition. But again, we were talking about the nade being accurate. And I guess, yeah, it was a very effective nade, a very essential one. We've got 1 knockdown coming from that fight. Now, jumping into Timor-Leste, we've got Kevin just threw in a molly over there, but Champ is currently knocked down on the ground. But you know what? Nepal, of course, a Team Red, already ready to actually get inside this building, try to dance it off. Kevin, again, with a win, with a knockdown, but Domain already down there bleeding.
Oh my god, Domain is kind of low in that age. Brooks comes into the play. He gets that DBS connected. He gets that knock confirmation. Hit on the point. He didn't settle just for that knock. He settled for that elimination. And right with this, now it's all up to the last guy. Last guy from the team TLS at this point, and the rest of the teams, the rest of the action from the Nepal Red, they are pushing forward. They are getting those shots connected. He's only just 1 HP. The DBS is gonna connect. The S12K are gonna connect, and it's all over. Saitama gonna have 2 elimination, 1 for Rex, 1 for Precious, and with this, the team Nepal Red, they're gonna have the first proximity, first fight completely wiped out of the proximity of the area with not even a single elimination on their side, not even a single casualty, but 4 elimination. This is definitely going good for them.
Okay, so I believe we already have one team out of Sanhok, and I believe that was a fight that happened in
Yes.
well, not boot camp area. Yeah, maybe boot camp area. Anyway, we've got Laos back on the screen here. Okay, he got Honda right now going to the left side, trying to find an opening right here, but couldn't connect just yet. But you know what? What connected? It's that nade coming from Team Jordan, and Honda now down to 60% of health here, but he is still a-okay. So rest assured, I think he will be making a massive decision right here to do an effective counter. But unfortunately, he couldn't find that right angle though, and judging by the looks of it, man, he needs to heal up.
He needs to bandage up as soon as possible, but Beckham, so far, he's trying to move forward. He's trying to take this opportunity against Team Jordan, and there we go. Life gets taken down. At the same time, Honda is also down. So it's all up to the last 2 players at Beckham fighting against Ragnarok. So we do have to see if Asgard is going to be destroyed here or not, if Ragnarok is going to win it out. But Tome is waiting for the players to approach him, get that revival done as soon as possible. In the meanwhile, Beckham, you need to get that revival done on towards your players. You get, like, once again, tidy up, back onto the 75% HP, back onto a decent amount of HP. But on the other side, we have Malaysia, Trexy getting taken down. It's an instant confirmation. We have Saitama getting that domination for himself, ladies and gentlemen. That's the 3rd elimination that this guy is going to have. On the other side, we have Sri Lanka rushing on the Laos team, and oh no! Just in a single second, the thing is going to be overturned by the team Laos, but Noir 7, he managed to get a knockdown, he managed to get a confirmation right on the point. Honda gets eliminated. It's all up to this last guy. Noir, you're reviving the guy, you're reviving the player, but Doom is cooking the grenade of Doom against you, but he's going to switch it up. He's not going to throw it up. So once again, back onto the 2 players. Team Laos is so far kind of surviving.
You know what, Saitama's been releasing a lot of haymakers, putting enemies down on the ground. But anyway, getting back to action right here, Laos and Noir still trying to find an angle that could best work for him. Unfortunately, Lazy Boy turned his back against the opposition and now finds himself facing the floor. So, maybe thinking if the pickup's still possible at this point, but Laos down to their last active member here, and they're already tanking the Blues. So the pressure is definitely felt by both of the teams here. I mean, there's a need for them to close down the fight. So what is going to happen now that he is at the disadvantage? Boom! What? Man, that was brutal. That was brutal right there. Not quite sure if my partner is doing good with his mic, but anyway. All right. You're back! You're back! I missed you!
I'm back. I was just so immersed with this fight and everything. I forgot how to speak at that point. But yes, the fight actually occurred. NPR 7 elimination. Nepalese Red, they have 7 elimination. Jordan has 5 with 3 men. 3 men still into the proximity. What is going on? There's a blue on the top of the mountain. There's Sri Lanka, Doom in the front side, in the compound, just chilling out there. The team that did the third party actually got like third party themselves. What happened there? They were so confident in rushing on towards the enemies, but in a single split second, they're right now down to the very last guy. But we have Ragnarok, ladies and gentlemen, kind of far away from the team. We have Malaysia, Team Malaysia, just a single guy iron, but I don't think you should have done that. You shouldn't have done that, sir. But Saitama, he's not gonna look at this guy. He's just gonna get in his car, get away from here. We have an HT with the grenade as well. He's gonna throw the grenade. It's definitely gonna hit. It's definitely gonna do a lot of damage, but the main question still remains. Will the counter grenade comes into the play, comes into the compound, or not?
Lamborghini with 1 point. We've got Levi's bagging 2 of them. Unfortunately, he's been kicked out of Sanhok. And Natty T tried to make his way inside that hop, but unfortunately, access denied because that was a lot of bullets that was sent his way. But anyway, Lamborghini cooked up another nade yet again, trying to put down, of course, the opposition coming from Mongolia. We got Apex on the side of the road here, or across the road rather, with his M416. But with all of those smokes that have been popped off, I mean, it's pretty obvious that visual isn't really clear.
I mean, visual isn't clear, but you have successfully given out your location to the other team. They know exactly which compound you're in right now, but fatality! Wait a second, that Molotov connected. Lamborghini's right now knocked out. Someone needs to get that revival done as soon as possible, but Fatality has other plans. He has 3 grenades, and ladies and gentlemen, he's going to throw one into close proximity. He's going to cook the other one, but no! You have to look in the backside. You have to look over there, look into the enemies, and then shoot at them when the iron's hot. But Fatality, he's low. The grenade is definitely going to approach this player. It's definitely going to rip this player to shred, and it's all over. EPX, Fatality. He naded himself. Wait a second. I thought for a second that was a somewhere of a splash damage, but no. He actually self-naded.
Well, yeah, I mean, good way to deny the point, I guess. I mean, that's still a good tactical gameplay.
Bad way to go down.
But, I mean, it was nerve-wracking how he actually looked at the, a different side and almost got caught in between. But it was a good thing he kind of stepped back just in the nick of time there. But unfortunately, yeah, he denied the point. So we will continue on with the trade-offs that's been happening so far in this map. But Team Vietnam, of course, survived. But in that process, they lost one of their members. But it's still A-OK. 3 is still, a crowd, so to speak. But from the map feed, okay, we've got most of the teams already inside the safe zone. We've got Indonesia coming in from the north side, or northwest side rather, and then Team Pakistan also making their way, passing through Pong Nai, and perhaps they will take over that one compound up north.
But we have Doom into the proximity outside of the blue zone, taking the fight against the team Nepal Blue. I know your name is Blue, but that doesn't mean you have to stay into the blue zone. Come on, guys. Get into the safe side. Get into the safe zone. Killer YT, there's example right in front of the single guy. That is Doom, and either he's going to be doomed. Sri Lanka, it's all up to this guy. It's all up to this guy for the match number 1. It's all up to Doom. Either he's going to be doomed or he's going to bring a Doom to the team Nepal Blue at this point. He's cooking the grenade. He's cooking. I'm going to let him cook. He's going to throw it up, but it's not going to connect. It actually connected. Wait a second. Doom connected that grenade on Killer YT. I did not know that angle could actually hit the player, but now finally he needs to push forward. This is the right moment. This is the right chance. He's going to throw the Molotov. He's going to deny that revival. As soon as the revival is going to be done, the jump shot from example is going to take him down, and it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Team Nepal Blue is going to survive with 2 of their players, but 1 elimination. This is not a good trade-off, no matter how you look at it.
Yep, I mean, there's a lot of surprises, of course, coming in from this tournament. Just like that, ladies and gents, we're down to just 11 teams remaining. Stage 3 here in Sanhok. Now we're looking at Team Vietnam and Syria. Youssef is on front right behind this boulder. But he had the element of surprise right there and effectively bagging a point, which of course puts Team Vietnam in a bit of a pickle here. But then again, we're talking about the just one member here from Team Syria. Okay, where is the backup? There is the backup. We've been looking for the backup, and yeah, he's already boarded that vehicle right there, staying away from the competition just for now.
That was our first snaky move, ladies and gentlemen. That was the first snaky move right there. But after this, going on to the team Vietnam, Perajin, close to the proximity of the team Syria. He has Yusuf down. So, one thing still remains, and that is how well can you endorse yourself inside the circle. Nepal red, you can see they are in the southern corner. Nobody's into the proximity, and if they play it safe, they can be potentially one team that will have no backstab. That will have no one to backstab them. Then we have somewhere into the proximity of the Camp Bravo, there's the team Maldives, Nepal white. Inside the circle, there's Bangladesh, there's the team Vietnam. Pakistan is also inside that circle. Lebanon, they're in the circle as well. But team ID, this is one team that might struggle from multiple angles as they will enter inside that circle. Rizy entered, but no shot so far. No shot whatsoever. We have Bangladesh, one guy knocked out. Shaijan needs to get that revival as soon as possible. There's Syria down to the very last guy, and this last guy, he has to think of something. He has to think of some new strategies because as a solo guy, being into the angle proximity of the Nepal white, oh no, this is not looking good.
Can't really say if it's a good position for Team Bangladesh to be the team to be in the middle, because there's still a lot of teams playing in here and they could be surrounded, and looking at their situation, they're down to just 3 of their members, so having that enough firepower, of course, to defend themselves could be a little bit of a struggle, for Team Bangladesh. And especially we've got Team Vietnam coming in hot. They already know like where their guns, where should they aim their guns, right? I mean, they are pretty cooped up in that compound. So let's see how well they're going to be setting up their defense here.
No.
But anyway, Nepal red with 9 elimination points. Man, these guys are pretty unstoppable right now and just really dominating Sanhok. We can see Precious cooking up another nade here to try to shut down Rifa from that boulder, and he effectively cost a lot of damage up against that player. Now he is going in for the charge to seal the deal, to bag that point, to end this once and for all. But what happened? What, Precious? Why?
Man, this is Sanhok. You're not supposed to overlook a rock that you threw a grenade on and just move forward. No, this is not how it works. This can potentially just get the elimination of the full Nepal red from this point onward. Yes, they have the 12 eliminations, but they're still not eligible to get even a single placement point for themselves. This is just those eliminations that they have got so far for themselves. There's Nepal white, Sleepy, trying to get those eliminations done on the Nepal red. There's a Vietnam with the 5 eliminations as well. This is the only 2 teams right now on our screen that are alive, that are on the top of the chart. So I have to say, I have to know how well are they going to be able to survive from this point onward. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have Team Vietnam ID right next to each other. Oh my God! Look at this. Look at Perajin. He needs to get up, but as soon as he gets up, the S12K from ZMJ gets that elimination, gets that knockdown. Indonesia, you guys are a beast so far. 4 players still remaining, 5 elimination. This has actually put you into the number 2 spot because of the amount of players, amount of people that is alive in your team. So get that revival done as soon as possible and get more eliminations.
There were 2 members of the Slytherin house, the Battle of the Snakes. So I guess Farajin actually lost to that fight. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. BTR is doing, we've got Team Indonesia doing so great up against Team Vietnam at the moment. And Federalis, what a move. That was such a great jump shot, and he bagged the point quite efficiently.
I mean, at this point, kill feed is kind of letting up for all these people, all these players. We have Team Pakistan actually getting that 3 eliminations for themselves as well, with 2 players still remaining into the match. Falak going forward. He is close to the Team Lebanon's player, so easy. We do have to see if he's going to be easy. He's going to be an easy target, or Falak might be an easy target for this guy, but he's going to get into the car. The shots are definitely going to go there. IQ is barely surviving on that slither of HP, but there we go. Shaijan getting that shot connected on the player. He's going to get him knocked down. The revival will be done in a short while. But the smoke grenades are finally once again being deployed from Easy. Easy wants to make sure that nobody spots him out, nobody sees him. The circle is going to close up. Pakistan is no longer going to be inside that circle. The smoke path, the smoke clouds are going to be deployed as well. The grenade in the hand, but Easy, you are kind of low. This grenade, even a splash damage can mean the demise of you, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Another team will get eliminated. We are down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 6th elimination for the team Pakistan. In fact, total points 6. Is that elimination or those are points? Because I feel like it's 6 elimination and 3 points for right now being into the top 5.
We'll pay attention to that later on. I don't want to miss on any of the action so far that's been happening. I mean, all teams are definitely packing heat right here. And it's just so amazing. I just would like to commend the fact that, Team Pakistan entered the game with only 3 players, and Noki had an early elimination. And so, technically speaking, we've got Team Pakistan down to their 2 members, but still, they were able to pull through. They were able to bag at least 6 elimination points for them, and they're still racking a lot, and they managed to get here to stage 6, being part of the top 5 in Sanhok. That is just an incredible gameplay coming from Team Pakistan. But what is also amazing is the fact that Nepal, or like Team Red, was able to get a double-digit score right now. They're on their 12th point so far, and I guess they really have that mission, of course, to score the first chicken dinner here in this tournament.
I mean, this is a chance for them to secure that win over the chicken dinner, but we have a Rush Bay from Bangladesh alongside of Mad Machine. So these 2 guys in a single compound. This is not looking good. Staying in a single compound, it's never good. A single grenade, a single Molotov is going to be the demise of you, and that's exactly what's going to happen. One player, Mad Machine, is going to be taken down to the very last guy. That is Rush Bay. He's going to throw that Molotov into the compound. He's going to deny that revival as soon as possible. But to try to get those elimination, I don't think you're going to be able to get those eliminations confirmed for yourself. We have a Nepal White getting into the action as well, getting those knockdowns, eliminations for themselves as well. So far, it is 3 elimination for the Nepal White. We have Indonesia alive as well with the 10 elimination number. There is a possibility that if they manage to get those eliminations on the Bangladesh as well, they will have the 12. This is the 11th one. The grenade is definitely going to go there. It's going to be a boom, and it's all over. 12 elimination. They're on the par with Nepal Red in terms of the eliminations. Oh my god, the situation has kind of turned into a very top-notch position. Man-wise, player-wise, they have the advantage. Team Indonesia do have the advantage. We also have the Nepal White into the proximity as well with 3 elimination, 5 placement points if they get eliminated right here. But Indonesia, how are they surviving all this spray? This is so impressive at this point.
Yeah, and Indonesia now has overtaken Nepal Red with a number of elimination points here. Nepal White are trying to get inside, trying to get a better position here, but they've already managed to set up only 3 points for themselves, and they just got eliminated by Nepal Red. We're down to the 2 best teams here in Sanhok, and that would be Team Indonesia versus Team Nepal.
1v2, ladies and gentlemen. We have Rex low on that HP. He is barely surviving right there. A single grenade can put an end to this guy, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. That grenade is gonna fly up. It is Team Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys, for the match number 1. That's gonna secure that chicken dinner, and with the not only just the highest number of elimination, but on top of that, with the most player advantage as well.
Oh my gosh, what a brutal finish for our first game here in this competition. That was just so amazing. I mean, we've got a lot of teams really racking up a number of points here. They're really stacking it up, and it was such a great thing to see how Team Indonesia was very patient in accumulating those points and eventually was able to overtake Nepal Red with a number of elims right there. And now ending this match alone, Torx, they were able to secure 16 elimination points, which is kind of outstanding.
26 points. Ooh, that's a very big jump right off the very start of the game. Indonesia, you have done it, ladies and gentlemen. These guys have done it. They are the first winner of a chicken dinner taker for the ESAN, Esports Association of Nepal, the Asia Showdown, the match number 1 of the grand finals. They definitely are making their country proud at this point with the number of elimination, the number of aggression that they had put themselves into, and getting out of it unscathed. That was amazing. But talking about ZMJJKK, he is the MVP, individually getting those 6 elimination. Out of the 16, he gets 6 elimination, meaning the rest of the 10 elimination, 3, maybe 4 for the rest of the team. 979 damage dealt by this guy. Longest elimination is the closest one, 97 meters, 103 damage taken. He did not heal for the life of God till the very end, 103. Just the healing. Then we have a healing done of 263. Okay, some damage was taken from the play zone. Then we have the 37.50% of the contribution throughout the game.
You know, he is on a superhero mode, I guess, and it was pretty strong. I mean, overall gameplay coming from Team Indonesia, they were unstoppable, they were ruthless, they were really going at it to get that top spot. And again, you know, the patience, the resilience, everything, on point rotations and whatnot, everything contributed to this chicken dinner win coming from Team Indonesia. We've got a total elimination, of course, at 59. Longest elimination distance is at 228 meters. And the total headshots, okay, the number of heads that have been popped inside the game is a total of 9. I do wonder which heads got popped.
I mean, that is true. That is one thing I kind of want to know too. But you have 25 total rescues. Judging on Sanhok, okay, that's a decent amount of revivals done on all the players. Then we have the match ranking, 26 points. Then we have Nepal Red jumping down 7 points, 19 total. Even though they were on the hashtag number 2, they still are 7 points behind the Team Indonesia at this point. And then we have Pakistan with 9 points, 10 points of a difference. 1 point of a difference after that with Nepal White, 8 total points, 5 for Bangladesh, 5 for Vietnam, 5 for Jordan. Then we have Nepal Blue alongside of Laos with 3 points. Lebanon with 2 alongside of Syria and the Sri Lanka. Then we have Maldives, Mongolia with 1 point, and the rest of the team like Malaysia and Timor-Leste, they only managed to secure 0 points. They did not get even a single placement or the elimination for themselves. But judging on the Jordan side, their aggression was good. Vietnam's aggression was good. I have to say, because they got early eliminated. They did not secure any placement points, but elimination-wise, the points that they have, the 5-5 eliminations, they definitely did something.
Oh yeah, I mean, the opening match really sent shockwaves through this tournament. You know, Indonesia definitely did not waste any time here, Torix, to make their presence felt, securing explosive 16 elimination points to stand tall at the top with a total of 26. So I guess they are the ones dictating the pace for now. But of course, we cannot deny the prowess and of course the tenacity set up by Nepal Red so far. They have shown that they are more than ready for this fight. You know, they were able to rack up 13 elimination points and landing in second place with 19 points. So this is definitely a squad playing with precision, knowing when to strike and when to hold back. But they will have to, of course, keep up this intensity. Momentum shifts fast in a tournament this short. But anyway, we're going to talk more about what just happened in Sanhok, because there's tons of really happened there, and the time is not enough. But we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gents. Hopefully you don't go anywhere else. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Asia Showdown, presented to you by Esports Association of Nepal. This is Torix once again with you guys on the match number 2, and with me, it is none other than, okay, this time I'm looking on the left, and you are on
Here.
my right side as well, on the screen right side. It's one and only Red Queen, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome her back onto the cast rest. How you been? And the first match, it's been so amazing.
Yeah, man. Okay. A while ago, I really wanted to talk about everything that happened in
Yes.
Sanhok, but we kind of run out of time. But no one can stop us right now, Torix. So anyway, if in case you guys just tune in, we're now about to start match number 2. Of course, we're gonna have that in Erangel. Sanhok. I mean, it's done. It's over. Done and dusted. So in case you missed the action, Indonesia came in strong, setting the tone early with an explosive 16 elimination points. That was the first victory for this tournament. Of course, they weren't just winning, they were dictating the pace, just like what we mentioned a while ago before we took a break. But coming into the second match here, I mean, there were a lot of teams that really pushed hard, showed up, for the first match here, Torix. What can we expect coming into Erangel?
I mean, Nepal Red was not that much further away from Indonesia as well at that point. And talking about the starting of the matches, Nepal Red was on the destruction side. They were destroying everyone into their path. And we saw those early eliminations from that team, not Indonesia. Indonesia came into a later stage, maybe at like halfway point. Then maybe at like the end stages where they suddenly got so many eliminations, so many points, and at the very end they managed to like secure even that winner of a chicken dinner for themselves. But yes, I hope you're okay too. I hope you're okay too, Andy, because that was a lot to take in. That was definitely a lot to take in at that point.
Oh,
but yes, how the rest of the matches are going to affect the teams, because I think now it's Erangel time. It's 2 back-to-back Erangels, then it's 2 back-to-back Miramars, meaning we're going to end the day on the Miramars. But for now, after the very fast pace, we're going somewhat onto a medium pace of Erangels.
Yes, okay, definitely. I've recovered from that one. But you are definitely right. I mean, the first game definitely was just a preview. The tone has already been set, and Indonesia is definitely in control here. But the pack behind them is absolutely famished. For teams who struggled, of course, the next game is kind of their chance to reset. A comeback is still possible, but they cannot afford, of course, another slow start. Again, we cannot reiterate this more, that we only have 3 days for this tournament. So building that foundation for day number 1 is crucial.
It starts from now. It starts from right here. Okay, you can say the Sanhok, you're only going to play 1 each day, so you can just kind of get it off easy for yourself. But from this point onward, the Erangels, the Miramars, these are what matters. You have to make sure that you are dictating your pace at a very steady momentum from this point onward. You have no way. You have no even a smallest remark of making a single mistake for yourself, because a single mistake might mean that you might get eliminated, just like Team Nepal Red got eliminated from this point onward. But ladies and gentlemen, the match number 2 is about to begin as well. The Erangel, the first match of Erangel is gonna start. It's on our screen. We have the plane line from the Zarki all the way down to the Senvoska military base, kinda into the favorite of all the teams, but for the hard eastern corners like Lipovka or the Milta Power.
Okay, so from the previous match, it was Timor-Leste, the first team that got the boot from Sanhok. So I'm looking at that one team, of course, to do a strong comeback as well for Erangel. But this is generally a kind of flag path, as you can see on the screen here. I mean, it's slightly tilted to the left side of Erangel, but, fair chance for everyone to head on towards their favorite drop spots. Now, we've got, of course, the Bangladeshis headed towards maybe hospital area. We've got, of course, a team Lebanon on to Zarki, perhaps. Severny will definitely be occupied from this point on. But from Team Pakistan, okay, this is also one of the teams that I would like to talk about, because during Sanhok match, they entered the game with only 3 of their members. So I do wonder if they're a complete squad now.
Yeah, everybody is a complete squad aside from the Sri Lanka this time around. Sri Lanka is
Oh
the team
man.
that joined with the 3-man at the very bottom of the plane, like the map feed that you could see. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have early fights. We have the Don't even on top of that. Oh my god, going all the way to the western side, southwestern side. This is not looking good, but we have DBS into the play, getting those eliminations for the teams and everything. Those pistol plays are into the place as well. Oh my god, school apartments. This is not looking good. The player actually went to get the revival done. No! Noir, you beast, you beauty, went into the action, get that knockdown, get that revival as soon as possible done. Lizzie Boy holding down the proximity of ZMJJJ, and
oh,
expecting that. I was not expecting from a 686 to be on this precision. Get that knockdown, get that confirmation instantly, and now back to the 1v2 it is, ladies and gentlemen. ZMJJ, KK. He has to get out of this place as soon as possible. There's no way that you're going to survive this. There's no way that you are going to survive. Just having a winner with a chicken dinner a while ago and getting this undermined by the teams, you need to pace yourself up. This is not a momentum that you can lose.
Oh, well, I mean, to be fair, this is the first Erangel, so I think they're still kind of checking out the vibe here, or what's going on, or like which teams are going to be challenging them for that spot. But anyway, Team Mongolia right here with a Micro Uzi, my favorite gun, eliminating some boys coming from Team Vietnam, and that is a confirmation coming through. Natty already out of the game. Hence, of course, Mongolia bagging 2 elimination points. So this is a battle happening in Pochinki. I'm definitely sure of that one. And Mongolia is actually winning the fight.
Oh, they're definitely winning the fight so far. It's 2 versus 4. The jump shot, it did not make any kind of connection. So, EPX, you only have 2 bullets. 2 bullets! 1 bullet is going to connect. 1 bullet is all it's going to take to get that elimination, to get that knockdown. After that, it's a confirmation right on the Persian. Levioso. I kind of want to say Levioso, but it's Levizo so far. 5 bullets into the S12K as well. But, oh, wait a second. That's an M416. So, right there, EPX closing in. I don't think you should be given your location at this point. EPX trying to find out where the player is, and I think he has successfully spotted down the player. But oh my god, come on, Levizo, you had the perfect opportunity. You could have taken the player down. But now from this point onward, the grenade is gonna go. It's definitely gonna do some splash damage, but not enough to get that player down. The S12K, that's the one thing that you need to make sure that you need to dictate. But Levizo, it's gonna be taken down by Daxua. Right with this, it is 4 elimination, not a single casualty with these players, with Mongolia, not even a single knockout.
Okay, I see what's happening here. Levi's actually was the first one to be taken out of the equation in Sanhok, and now he is, of course, the last one to go for Team Vietnam. But then again, I think it's essential to point out that Team Vietnam lost that Pochinki to Mongolia. So perhaps since we're going to have another Erangel later on, will this fight happen? This drop clash happen again? So that's one of the things that we need to look forward to. But anyway, we've got Team Mongolia right here flexing up their 4 LMs. We've got Daxua bagging most of them, and now they can actually go through Pochinki peacefully, right? With no teams that will contest them for now.
I mean, that is true. That is right now absolutely true on the fact that they have the Pochinki all for themselves, and this is a very big city. And on top of that, you not only managed to take down your peers that were into the same city as well, meaning the phase factor that where you had to find the loot and everything, you've already spotted some loot from your opponents as well. But now, talking about all the facts and figurines, it's almost 6 minutes into the match, and we have so far just a single team that have been eliminated. 2 eliminations for the team Indonesia as well, but at the cost of 3 of their players, and not a good trade-off, and not a great start into the Erangel match. Sanhok was so good for these guys, but now, as we move into the Erangel, this is things are not looking good for them. ZMJJ, KK, just chilling out there. He needs to not move. Don't even look at that window. Okay, just get your face out of that. You don't want to take any kind of fights. You want to let these players get away from here, and then then you need to like take some blue damage, move into the proximity of the circle, stay into the safe side till the very end. That may be how you can manage to like secure more positioning points and cement yourself maybe more into the overall ranking, because even Nepal Red, they have yet to take any kind of aggressions. They're still 4-man, and if you get eliminated right here in this early stage, they will have a very decent chance to take you down from the #1 position.
You know, I was gonna say a while ago that, you know, farting is not even an option from that moment. I mean, we were like talking about not making his presence felt, but I think, you know, he already opened fired, was able to bag one more point before he exits, you know, perhaps from this clash. But Laos is, of course, doing everything in their power to eliminate that last surviving member coming from Team Indonesia. And just a while ago, he was able to secure that MVP title down in Sanhok. So maybe he still was able to carry some of that energy and momentum for match #2 here in Erangel, and perhaps he could pull off a clutch move up against Laos here, eliminating Honda and Noir.
I mean, at this point, a team Laos, how they're playing, they're kind of staying into the safe side. I would definitely say this is a very decent momentum that these guys are dictating at this point, but they don't want to lose any more than they have to. But, oh my god, I saw some shots on Noir, meaning that there's a third party ensuing. Into the backsides, and this can potentially mean that even if Laos managed to get that Indonesia out of this proximity, out of this equation, there's still another team that they will have to go against to get out of this proximity, to get into the safe side, because so far I don't think Laos has a car, any kind of transportation for themselves, so they're just going to be onto their feet. They're just going to be barefoot from this point onward. There we have it, the S12 DBS, in fact, into the hand. There is the flashbang. The players are completely blind at this point. The player's gonna jump down. Okay, great move. He's gonna get back inside. The circle's gonna go all the way to the Primox. The player's closing in. The 1897 not making any kind of connection so far, but oh my god, that did make a connection. Not enough for the knockdown. The DBS did get the connection, and Indonesia with this is out of the match. Laos managed to get those eliminations secured for themselves, but look at that. There's another team into the proximity that's just chilling out there. I think that's Jordan.
I think
no, Jordan. Yeah.
Yeah, it was still a great effort, though. I mean, he tried to really extend his life there, and even went for that, flashbang, which of course, like, puts the opposition at halt there. But of course, managing two players at the same time can be overwhelming, and it's still, again, a great effort coming from Team Indonesia. But they did not exit the game empty-handed. That's 2 elimination points for the team, so they can still carry over that same momentum from Sanhok. But anyway, down to 14 teams remaining, and again, we're looking at Nepal White, okay, Sleepy on the screen right now, driving a sports car, heading towards another location here. So there is, in fact, another team that's pretty close by. So perhaps Nepal White is gauging the situation. Is it time for us to collect those points? I mean, judging by the looks of it, they are scouting. Okay, never mind. I said anything. I mean, hot damn, he wasted no time. He opened fired. And I guess that is the declaration of war.
That definitely is the declaration of war, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, Vietnam, in the meanwhile, gets eliminated in the Pochinki. Wait a second. Then we have Indonesia. In school. Yeah, these are the names that got eliminated early on. Now we're seeing them onto our screen. So with 14 teams down into the proximity, there's Nepal White, a 0-0 elimination so far. They are making their way into the circle, and why should they not? Every team needs to do that right now, because we just saw the circle a while ago. It was going all the way down to the south, Primox side. Some of the areas were in the waters as well. There was not a lot of land areas that can be like secured for the teams. So whoever gets there first gets the position for themselves. Just like Syria at this point, they have the compound for themselves. On top of the mountain, there is another team that is just chilling out here, that is just waiting for the opportunity, maybe the proximity that Syria might get out of their car, then they can ran them down or get those eliminations while they're at it.
Anyway, Syria trying to check out what is happening from outside of the compound. We've got Mongolia lurking in like apex predators over here, checking out their prey. Of course, they all know the fact that there is a team just putting up a great defense over that compound. So I guess we will be able to see what kind of maneuver Mongolia has up in their sleeves, of course, to penetrate and infiltrate this compound and maybe take it for themselves. But in the meantime, we've got the kill feed lighting up. I guess we are losing some members coming from Timor-Leste, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm interested to see what will happen next as teams, of course, goes for the reposition. Just look at the map feed here, Torix. We've got 50% water over here for stage 3. So again, we do expect that waters to turn red at some point.
Yes, everything's gonna turn red from this point onward. The pier, the ferry pier, it's definitely gonna be colored red at this point. Yusuf, just chilling. There's Team Pakistan into the proximity. We have one player, that is Ali, right now knocked down. And oh no! There's Pakistan coming with that grenade, getting that first knockdown into the proximity. Rex's grenade actually, I think, got again inside that compound, but a single grenade, it's gonna be all over for the team of Syria. The ferry piers, Pakistan, Falak, T24 in fact. Oh my god, that's 3 elimination for T24 and 1 for Falak. A total of 4 elimination. Team Pakistan is going to have 4 eliminations without even a single casualty for themselves. There's Shaijan, close to the proximity of Myanmar's player. There's Bangladesh trying to cement themselves into the proximity, but Eddie's right now knocked down. He's low on that HP. There's no way he's going to be revived. There's no way he can survive from this point onward. Mad Machine trying to get that Myanmar player down, but no luck. Rush Bay gets taken down. Mad Machine, it's up to you. Before that, Shaijan gets taken down. It's all up to the Mad Machine. Mad Machine managed to get that damage done onto towards the player, but not enough to get that initial elimination done. Bangladesh gets eliminated right here into the Quarry region. This is not looking good for so many of the teams. You can see Laos, Bangladesh, they did some decent performance into the match number 1, but match number 2, it's really hard for them. Same for the team Indonesia as well. They got early eliminated too. This is not good, but TLS, Sri Lanka, Maldives, so far they're alive and they will have a chance to maybe cement themselves into the top 8, or they can possibly get 1 placement point for themselves at least from that point onward. But we have Myanmar so far, 4 elimination outside of the circle, and so far they need to enter as soon as possible that they can in the circle as well.
Yeah, just would like to commend, of course, Team Pakistan's performance just a while ago. But before we get into that, let's check out what has happened with Nepal White for now, because 2 of them already knocked down on the ground. They're going up against the Team Malaysia over here. Okay, so there will be time for them to pick up their teammates, because I guess it's all done and dusted. But it looks like Haidami will go for another location right here, because there is another team that he needs to keep at bay, or perhaps he is scouting, gathering more information to just know the best way to approach this situation now that we're down to stage 4 here with only 11 teams remaining. So the competition, we do expect it to be even tighter than ever. Now, going back to what we were discussing a while ago, T24, I mean, was able to bag 3 elements with that nade. Same thing goes for Falak. I mean, they did not waste any bullets at all. They ended that clash with a loud bang. And as for Nepal White, that was such a catastrophic disaster for Nepal White, because they lost all of their members, and now they're down to just Haidami to defend the team.
I mean, at this point, everyone's trying their level best to secure as much elimination points as possible. There's a Haidami getting that knockdown. Now he's going to heal himself back to the 75% HP. 12 bullets into the DBS. He's going to go for that aggression. He's going to go for the fight against the team Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, after that initial sum of the shots, they're not going to overpush, but Haidami managed to get the elimination on Suste right here. Haidami's low on that HP. Pakistan, what a second, what? No way! No way! The fight was on a different team. Pakistan came as a third party from a long distance. They threw a grenade. It actually hits the player. Get that elimination done. This is the 5th elimination for the team Pakistan from this point onward. Then we have the team, I think MN, or it's Maldives into the backside. Okay, that's Maldives into the backside. TLS is also getting that knockdown onto themselves. Team Sri Lanka. 3 players joined, out of which 1 player already got eliminated. So it's Doom, it's a Mini, down to the very very last two players. It's a duo. Lebanon's easy. He's kind of low on that HP. So, come on, Doom. You push. At this point, you have to go get into the piers, get that knockdown, get that elimination done if you know where your enemy is at this point. But Fala getting into the squad house. This is as good as it is. This is also like even ground level when you're on the rooftop, meaning that you can also be spotted right easily. At this point, you can be spotted easily and be shot down.
You know what, for Team Pax, I feel like they don't want to waste their bullets to... I mean, just look at T24 already. He still has a total of 266 bullets. Noki has 225. I mean, every elimination point that they were able to bag came from a nade elimination. So it's pretty incredible to watch. Anyway, Killer YT popping onto the left side of the screen just because he was able to loot that special crate that dropped from the heavens above. And now looking at Clever right here. I think he was able to shut down a couple of players with that nade as well. But Mongolia, oh man, they are getting slaughtered onto that shore right there. And let's just check out and see how they're going to be surviving this situation. I mean, they're pretty surrounded, but yeah, I mean, the big pressure right onto Mongolia is the fact that they will be coming from outside of the zone, and there's a need for them to take up this fight up against Jordan.
I mean, every team needs to get the elimination as soon as possible. There's Mongolia getting those knockdown, getting those eliminations. Jordan kind of right now onto the proximity where they might be getting some eliminations on them. Alex is down to the last guy. He does not have any kind of healings. This is the worst thing. This guy does not have any healings on him whatsoever. The circle's going all the way down to the fairy fears. What is going on? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen the port of Fairy Fear being in the circle at this point. Easy is in a very, I'd say, decent position because nobody is going to be looking that further away into the fear areas, that port area. Precious, in fact. He's getting some shots. He's getting some damage. He healed himself back to the 75. 2 eliminations so far. But Team Nepal Red, they have to, like, get some decent number of eliminations if they want to, like, overtake Indonesia at this point. Because even getting eliminated here, meaning you're not going to get that positioning point for yourself, and Indonesia is still going to be above you, even though you survived for very, very much considerably longer time than Indonesia. But Alex, he's trying his level best to survive as much as possible. There's Jordan's Ragnarok getting that elimination. That's the third one. Nepal Red is going to have. Naki's going to have Maldives Eddie down. At the same time, we have Team Pakistan's player down as well. IQ needs to get that survival as soon as possible, but Rifa comes into the play with a grenade. Get IQ eliminated, and right with this, Team Pakistan is also down to the 2 players. Admiral gets taken down. It's 2v2. Wait a second. They're making everything equilibrium on their side.
Yeah, they just, of course, about to obliterate the remaining players coming from Maldives. And you're absolutely right. You know, for Nepal Red, they do have that best chance to overtake Indonesia at this point. Judging by the situation, Nepal Red is playing with 3 members, so again, it's going to be high stakes, but definitely will be worth it. Of course, they will just have to play their cards right, and it's not going to be easy. Definitely, just because of the fact that high caliber teams are surrounding them at this point. But they've set a very good momentum from Sanhok, so I feel like they also have that sole mission, of course, to take the top spot, whatever it takes. But as for Team Pakistan, again. They're now down to just 2 of their members, but they still managed to make it through up until stage 5 here. It's Noki and T24 that we're talking about. I mean, just a while ago, we saw T24 being quite brutal with those nade elimination points, so I feel like they would really want to play this game with high energy, but that is, of course, if Noki survives this.
I mean, you do have to survive this. You do have to, like, get that survival done as soon as possible, too. But no, that single grenade is going to be all over for the Team Pakistan from this point onward. Very Pierce it is. That's going to be demise for the Team Pakistan on the number 9. They go down. Then we have the other teams. The top 8 it is, ladies and gentlemen. From this point onward, at least a team can get a point for themselves. We have Maldives, we have Sri Lanka, we have Lebanon, we have Nepal Blue, MN, Jordan, MY, Myanmar, and the team Nepal Red. All these names, the top 7, they have a decent number of eliminations in this match as well. But on the bottom line, Nepal Blue, Lebanon, Maldives, Sri Lanka, they don't have that much crucial elimination points for themselves. So they definitely need to like cement themselves into a really good position. But oh my god, did we just miss the circle, and that circle actually went toward the port side again?
You're absolutely right, and I'm not quite sure if this is actually the best spot to be in at the moment. I mean, for Nepal Red, okay, I spoke too soon because, yeah, Nepal Red right now taking in some shots coming from Jordan. Tom is absolutely rocking it at this point, and NEPX, Team Red of Nepal will definitely struggle at this point, considering the fact that there are a couple of players already down on the ground, and Tommy's still doing an amazing job so far for the team. I mean, we're talking about the last surviving member here for Jordan, and he still was able to secure points for the team. Now we're looking at 6 elims for Team Jordan.
I mean, we have 6 elimination for Jordan, but they're only down to the last guy. That is Tom. Easy in the front lines. There's Alex into the back. Wait a second. How did he manage to overpass Easy and get into the very corner of the port as well? We have Doom against Admiral. Admiral is being taken down. The hovercraft is being exploded at this point, but I think it gives enough time to the player to get out of the area. Morpheus at least is going to survive from this point onward. He's going to shoot at Mini. Mini's going to survive, get into the safe side behind these rocks, behind the areas, but oh my god, he's kind of stuck. This grenade can potentially mean doom for this guy. He's going to throw it up. Nobody's going to get hurt. Nobody gets a shot. Orpheus back into the water. He is. Rifa into the back line, where a while ago we saw Team Pakistan kind of like holding the position down, perimeter down. Doom is still behind that warehouse area, behind these wooden crates at this point, and he's trying to look for the proximity on how he can manage to like secure more and more points for the teams. But one thing all these teams have to know is the fact this is stage number 6. This is the 23-minute marker, going into the 24, and you only have like maybe 5 minutes tops, 7 minutes tops for yourself, and there's 8 teams, 14 players in this small of a circle, whereas almost 55% or 60% water side is in the circle, meaning you only have 20-30% of the land area for yourself, for your safety, and out of those land areas there's like barely 10% that is in the cover.
Okay, so Alex, I can say, is such in a very good spot here, Torx, but not unless if the circle goes back to the mainland, and it'll be difficult for him to even step onto the shore. But if it goes, and if the zone actually favors him, oh man, that could be such a great opportunity for that sole surviving member from Team Mongolia. But anyway, getting back into the action right here, Maldives, I feel like they've already been eliminated, so we're looking at 7 teams remaining. Nepal Blue, okay, there's still a complete squad here. Lots of chance here to assume a lot of points as well, but that is of course if they make it up until the end here. And just like we were talking about a while ago, I mean, if the zone favors the main peninsula, then it's going to be hard for Mongolia to even step back into the action, because everyone will be pointing their guns at him.
I mean, everyone is actually pointing their guns everywhere at this time. They need to have eyes everywhere, because just look at how many players are alive at this point. There's gonna be a lot of bloodshed trying to get into the safe zone, trying to like hold your cars into the proximity where you're blowing them up for the hard cover that you can potentially get yourself. Domain right now just chilling into the back. I don't think anyone has even the slightest of idea where Nepal's domain is. Red's domain is in fact at this point, but we have a Blue example being taken down by the hand of Myanmar's player. That grenade, Trexy did manage to get a knockdown, but will he get a confirmation? This is a big question, because I don't see any grenades in the hand of Trexy. We see a grenade in the hand of Firen, but Firen, will your connection actually occur on towards the players? Delta throwing the smokes into the proximity, trying to like make a smoke cloud for the player to get that revival done as soon as possible. Domain on the backside from the Nepal Red also has a chance to secure this elimination. Not only only this elimination, but the other guy's a knockdown for himself. But you can potentially see that guy behind the car. Delta can be taken down by the hand of Domain. Killer YT also into the same proximity as well. But firing in this proximity instantly meaning that everyone will be looking at you from that point onward.
Stage 7 and the vibe is already electrifying. I mean, this is gonna be all grit right here, ladies and gents. And just look at that. Domain on prone. He does have some kind of protection in front of him. There are a lot of sags that we've seen so far. But the question is if he was able to gather as much information or as much intel as he possibly could, because man, he is at the edge of the circle here, at the edge of the zone, and just Nepal Blue definitely already had a whiff that Domain will be coming from that direction. As you can see on the screen, Killer Whitey already popped the smoke here, so as to protect himself as well, to not reveal his exact location as he tries to keep the other enemies at bay. But Domain could potentially do a major backstab to any of the teams here, especially Nepal Blue.
Oh my god, this is absolutely true. We have Byron getting taken down. That's a knockdown. That's a confirmation right there. And Nepal Blue now finally is going to go toward the Myanmar. Maybe at this time we have Domain into the proximity as well. Oh my god. We do have to see. We do have to know what's going to happen. How the thing is going to affect all these players. We have Trexie looking into the proximity. He only has a single grenade. The single grenade has to make it worth. We have Domain getting eliminated by the hand of example. That Molotov made sure Nepal Red is no longer going to survive. On the hashtag number 7, they get eliminated. It's only 2 points, 1 point, in fact, to their name on towards the positioning point side. Lebanon gets eliminated as well. We have the number 6 team being eliminated as well. Down to the top 9 players it is, ladies and gentlemen. The majority of the players are down to the last guy, like Jordan, Myanmar, Team MN. Then we have a Nepal Blue with all the 4 players. So with all the team still surviving. Then we have Sri Lanka with the duo as well. But looking at the dispersion, the distance between the two teams, between the 2 players, in fact, I can safely assume that, okay, they might there is a possibility they might get picked off while they're trying to regroup into the proximity. Then we have Trexie going forward. Once again, into the open area. The zone's closing in. This is stage number 8. We will not have stage number 9.
Okay.
Blue is going to have another elimination. Malaysia is going to be eliminated. And right with this, we are down towards the top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a 4 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2.
Yeah, Nepal Blue taking it slow, but so far they do have that number of advantage, so they do have that best potential, of course, to score the second chicken dinner for this tournament. And judging by the situation, of course, we've got a couple of teams here that they're down to their last player. We got Alex still alive and kicking, as well as Tome of Team Jordan. So it's just so amazing that they managed to get themselves still up to stage number 9, considering the situation. And there you go. That is the confirmation coming through. Jordan already out, which brings us to the final 3 teams here in Erangel. So we've got 2 minutes before, the zone actually devours everyone. So we will be running out of space later on. And Sri Lanka, of course, not giving up their position as well. This is a pretty nifty one, to be honest. I mean, all they needed to do perhaps is just really pop off a lot of smokes here, and it's going to be Sri Lanka versus Nepal.
Oh my god, right here we have Mongolia being eliminated as well, down to the last 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is an easy victory, winner chicken dinner for the Nepal Blue maybe this time around, but you don't have to at this point think the fact that Sri Lanka cannot do it, because they also have the potential, the grenades, the amount of throw that these guys have, they have the potential to get 1 knockdown, maybe 2 knockdown right in this proximity. Then we have Delta throwing all those shots into the proximity of the players. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Delta trying his level best, but Killer YT is gonna take down Doom right here.
Man.
That's an elimination right here. Going into the close proximity with the S12K. It's an elimination by the hand of Killer YT once again. Not only Killer YT got Doom, the second guy as well. He just snatched that elimination right from the face of his own teammates as well.
Killer YT was on a killing frenzy, to be honest. I mean, I mean, dear Red, Nepal Blue. Oh my God, what is wrong with me? Nepal Blue already, I think, decided that they're gonna get the chicken dinner for this second round here in this tournament, and they're pretty determined. You know, it was a slow and steady fight for Nepal Blue, hence getting the winner chicken dinner. And again, they were very patient. They were able to play all their cards right here, and I guess they opted more for the long game, a slow, steady, long game. And again, this is the formula that works for Nepal Blue, as always.
I mean, Nepal Blue. First, it was Nepal Red that made the domination. Then, second match came in Nepal Blue with the winner chicken dinner for themselves. Going into the MVP, we have Firen with 3 elimination, 869 damage. 108 is the longest elimination that this guy has done. Damage taken is 555, 30% of contribution, and 384 healing for this guy. He is the match MVP. So with the 3 elimination and this amount of damage, double, almost triple the amount of damage towards this guy, he did a really, really great job in securing all those eliminations and the damage that he did for his team and everything. That is commendable. But now, going into the fact on how much percentage his headshot was, the body shot and the leg shot, we can see 25% is directly on the head, 42.86 is the body, and the rest, 32.14, is the leg shots.
Oh man, okay. So Firen obviously did an amazing job so far. Even if they weren't able to secure that chicken dinner, they were big on elimination points. I kept track actually with that team, Team Malaysia, and again, you know, they were heavy on the firepower, I guess, just getting those elimination points, and let's just see if they can continue on again with that pace, of course, in the latter stages of this tournament.
I mean, this is the start of the tournament. There's still a lot of possibilities that can potentially happen. We have Nepal Blue, 17 points, 13 for Malaysia, 11 for Mongolia, Jordan with 11 as well, Sri Lanka with 10, Pakistan with 6 this time, Nepal Red with just 4 points, Laos with 4, Lebanon with 3 alongside of Maldives. We have Timor-Leste with 2 alongside of Nepal White, Indonesia with 2 as well, Bangladesh with 1, and Syria and Vietnam not having a single point for themselves at this proximity. Then this was the match ranking, meaning moving forward into the overall, some teams will go down, some teams will move up. We have Indonesia still on the very top of the chart, 28 points, and Nepal Red, 23. Blue jumping up really high into the leaderboard, and right close to the proximity of the Nepal Red, just the 3 points of difference. We have 20 points for them. Jordan with 16, 15 for Pakistan. Malaysia has 13, 12 for Sri Lanka alongside of Mongolia. Nepal White has 10, Laos 7. This is officially the number 10 onward to number 16. It's officially the single-digit point, 7, 6, 5, 5, 4, 2, 2 for Bangladesh, Lebanon, Vietnam, Maldives, Syria, and Timor-Leste.
Yeah, so obviously, judging by the numbers we can see on the screen here, while Nepal Blue and Malaysia actually grabbed the spotlight for this round, Mongolia and Jordan have quietly positioned themselves as well as serious contenders for this tournament. So both teams sit at 11 points, showing a mix of calculated eliminations and smart rotations as well. We also got Sri Lanka hitting at 10 points. Also made a strong case for themselves, proving that they can hold their ground against the region's best. Meanwhile, and this is what I was talking about a while ago, Pakistan, despite their aggressive playstyle, find themselves at 6 points. You know, it is definitely a reminder that eliminations alone won't secure a championship, but all in all, coming from the 2 matches that we've just done, they also remain quite an aggressive contender for the entirety of this tournament.
I mean, they are kind of like a really strong contenders, but we have the MVP ranking, ladies and gentlemen. We have them ZMJJKK still on the very top. They did a really great job into the match number 1 and continuing into the match number 2. Then we have Tome with 7 elimination as well. Then we have Precious with 4, Rex with 5, Doom with the 4 eliminations as well. But the damage is where everything's making the difference. 1177, 901, 1082, 820, 895, 20 minutes of survival for the bottom two, the 4 and 5. Then we have 17 minutes, almost 18 minutes survival for Precious. Tome has 19 minutes of survival, almost 20 minutes. And last but not the least, ZMJJKK, not only with the least amount of survival time, but the highest damage and the highest elimination.
Exactly. Doom living up to his name, I guess. If you encounter him inside a battlefield, then it's gonna be doomsday for you. But what are the key things that I guess we can pick up from this round? Yeah, it's really a balanced approach coming from Nepal Blue. Their mix of eliminations and placement points will definitely put them ahead. There's also, of course, Malaysia's aggressive playstyle with 10 elimination points. I guess that dictates that they are here to fight as well. Mongolia and Jordan, it's a steady climb for both of the teams here. They're not as flashy compared to the other strong teams that we have so far in the leaderboard, but they are pretty consistent. So again, with Team Pakistan, we can always give these guys a big recognition just because of the fact that, again, they were remarkable at picking up the battles inside of the games. But of course, we're going to talk more about what happened in Erangel, ladies and gents. Please don't go away. We'll be taking a short break and just continue on making a lot of noise down there in the comment section supporting your teams. Hey guys, welcome back to the Esports Association of Nepal. This is the Asia Showdown that's been happening for today's event. Of course, my name is Red Bean together with Torix, and of course, we cannot wait to start the third match today because we're already excited as to which of these amazing teams, of course, will dominate for the last Erangel tonight.
Ooh, which teams will dominate? Because so far the situation is kind of getting tense for every single one of them. We are seeing the third parties, we're seeing the fourth parties, everything happening at the very end of the match. And the best part about this thing is the aggression's not stopping. The fights, the amount of fights, and the third parties that has happened, it's not stopping. Okay, I thought for a second after the Sanhok maybe it's gonna stop, but no, it has actually increased a number of times, numerous time at the point, but it has not stopped. It has not decreased on the factual thing. But yes, aside from this, it will be another Erangel match, ladies and gentlemen. And wait a second, we went on this one very early, but ladies and gentlemen, this time around we have every single team as a 4-man unit, as a full team, going from military base island towards the Zarki. This is exactly the opposite plane line that we had into the previous Erangel. What? Same, same position,
I
same
know.
angle.
Yeah. This is pretty much like a deja vu, to be honest. But
They're
yeah,
going back.
I feel like Pakistan and Indonesia, they're still searching for their spark. I mean, we've seen them really go for that high eliminations during in Sanhok, but of course, we're now down to our match number 3, and eliminations is not. I mean, just playing the game with only elimination points is not going to cut it, of course, in the tournaments such as this one. But anyway, talking about deja vu, perhaps we can see the same drop clashes happen in just a while. I know Pachinki is definitely going to be highly populated. There will be a trade off happening from that specific spot, not unless, of course, maybe one of the teams will decide, okay, maybe this is not like the best time for us to get into a fight just yet. Perhaps we can do a little passive during the first few zones and just really engage towards the latter stages of the game here. We cannot really know what the teams have in store for us, but one of the areas that were we kind of experienced a great trade-off happen is also in school, so that could happen as well. But Nepal Red already in action, going up against another team here, and Rifa already out of the game courtesy of Precious.
Ooh, this could have been the second knockdown on towards the side as well, but now Saitama, he's going forward. He doesn't have any guns, but finally he finds the biggest threat of them all, the DVS, the one and only, against the UMP-45. So let's see if he's going to be able to make any kind of connections on towards the players, but Orpheus is going to take... Orpheus is going to get taken down. Those are some blades coming up on Orpheus. Maldives, ouch. That's definitely going to hurt. How are you going to retaliate? How are you going to answer to that? But Eddie, not making any move. Okay, his position might have been revealed, but he only has a car 90, like a car 97. Oh my god. No, this is not looking good. He doesn't have any gun. I think that's an Uzi on the other hand. No, is that a pistol or that's an Uzi? I'm not sure on that. That's an Uzi right there. He has an Uzi, but for the close range as well. If he has to take the fight into the mid range, he actually has to use this sniper rifle. But there's a positivity on this. Yeah, that's a car 98, but there's a positivity on that. He can shoot at the team. He has a suppressor on it.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, the best way to go about this situation is just not really, make your presence felt. Live to fight another day, right?
He gave his location.
No. Okay, he just went in for the for the kill. Precious already knocked down on the ground, but there will be time, of course, for Team Red to pick up their teammate because, well, obviously it's not going to cut it for the opposition team. And now Nepal Red was able to survive that clash, putting 4 elimination points in the bag here. And now we're jumping back into Pachinki area where we can see Team Vietnam again going up against Team Mongolia. So if you guys remember it correctly, or if you guys remember what happened just a while ago, Team Mongolia was able to win the fight up against Team Vietnam. So this might be the revenge coming from Vietnam.
Oh my god. This is another fight, once again, happening in the Pachinki area. Mongolia, Vietnam, back into the tussle once again. As soon as the Pachinki is gonna, come on, these two teams, you can definitely see them going up against each other. Fatality through a grenade. It definitely did connect some shots on the players, but not enough to get that knockdown done. But Perajin, he's on the watchtower, the triple-story building, but no, I don't think you have any other leisure grenades that you can potentially throw on the players. Alex only has a shotgun, a crossbow into the other hand. Fatality has another grenade that he can potentially throw at the players. But Perajin, will you get that grenade connection? The answer is no. Once again, they survived. And without a grenade now in hand, Fatality and the rest of his team is utility-less at this point. They don't have any utilities for themselves. They're out of utilities and just the smoke covers that they can deploy. But Lamborghini, wait a second. What are you doing into the backside, brother? You need to come forward. Get near your team because they are kind of into the 3-man tussle against the 4-man party of this side. Alex in the front lines on the top of the building. Lamborghini on the backside trying to initiate a third party angle. Okay, that's why he was farther away.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to gather as much information as he could. He already knows that Team Mongolia is not to be taken lightly here, but oh man! That is, of course, the opening Mongolia's been trying to find, but then again, Alex was able to take some hits as well. He's currently down on the ground, but we've got Vietnam, three of them facing the floor as we speak, and Pathogen is the last active member playing for Team Vietnam, so there's a big chip on his shoulders right now to make it up until the end. But let's see if he can win the clash here up against Team Mongolia. So this might be a 2-0 in Pachinki. Ooh.
This is a Pachinki fight, and this is exactly how it's going to go on. Mongolia so far has 2 players knocked down. The players are getting that revival. Oh my god, I thought for a second that 686 is going to make that connection.
Oh.
Nope, it did not. Lamborghini, Erangel, they all get eliminated without even a single casualty. We have Fatality making the last fatal crucial elimination on towards the players. It's over. That's another team. That's the second team wiped out in the first stage of the game. We're down to 14 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and this is not even the 7-minute marker into the game. Trexie, Depi, Fyren, Kenny, all 4 players from Malaysia. They're alive. They're getting their cars, their vehicles, their arsenals, everything completed, and they're just waiting inside that circle now from this point onward. But we have some knockdown. We have some casualties going on as well. Team Laos has lost one of their players, in which case scenario Beckham, he was the guy, he was the unfortunate guy that got finished off. But I'm not sure how these teams are like having that mind thought on where they want to go. Maybe the city, but the city is kind of going to get contested if you stay there. Maybe double, triple, 4 teams are going to come into the proximity where you will not even have a chance to like get out of the area. So you have to be very careful of the choices that you make for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and also we have to take note of the fact that Laos and Indonesia actually did not have that drop clash in school. So yeah, I think both the teams kind of decided, okay, I think we should like maybe get everything we need first, fill our backpacks before we get into any fights. And so far, that was both of the teams' decision entering the last Erangel for day number 1 of this tournament. And also, of course, we will be keeping tabs because that's what we do. Of course, we keep tabs. Mongolia now with 2 points up against Team Vietnam when it comes to Pachinki. So the next fight will happen tomorrow when we have our first Erangel for day number 2 of this tournament. But of course, getting back into our match currently happening at this moment, 14 teams remaining, and I believe we've got Vietnam and of course Maldives as well already out of this game. But as for Jordan and Sri Lanka, they're still tanking the blue here, and the only team, or only teams rather, that was able to set up points stage number 1 just a few minutes before we started the game, or coming into the game, it's Nepal Red and of course a Team Mongolia.
I mean, it is still at the start of the game, and you still have a lot of locations that you can potentially go get those maybe positions for yourself, hold down the fort and everything. But oh, wait a second, we have a circle, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, the circle is gonna graze these teams with the land area, shooting range, the containers of the Georgia Pool. There's the northern side city that's still in the circle as well. We have Izzy Boy at the crash side with all the rest of the team. Team Pakistan getting into the shooting range side as well. I don't think so that shooting range should be the location that the team should be choosing at this point, because this is one of the area where you can be located from multiple angles. Yes, you have some locations that you can put yourself into the safe side. You can go underground, you can go unnoticed, you can get your cars into the safety as well. But this is also the very like a big place that if your car gets stuck there, if someone like get your opening, your exit stuck, it's over for you. You're not going to be able to get out of the area. Syria also is one of the team that is kind of outside of the proximity of the Georgia Pool, but not that outside that they can like get out of the fight themselves. They're actually waiting. All of these teams are actually like eager to take those fights, but they want to make it happen so it happens into their terrain, not the other teams.
You know, there's really a lot of angles coming into play here for match number 3. I mean, Erangel isn't just a classic here, Torix. It's where teams, of course, prove their fundamentals, right? Rotations, zone control, and clutch fights. This will definitely decide who survives and, of course, who gets left behind. And, of course, with the momentum shifting, this round could determine, like, who keeps control heading into the final stretch. I mean, there's Nepal Blue continuing their reign, of course. Can Malaysia turn their aggression into a success here, or maybe we will see an unexpected comeback, from a team desperate, of course, to break into the top. But so far, for Team Indonesia, they have been quiet, pretty much different from what we've seen earlier in the first Erangel. Same thing goes for Nepal Red. Yeah, they couldn't. We couldn't really locate them just yet because they're not taking any fights. It's a different story right now for Jordan, because Jordan taking in some hits. One of them currently knocked down on the ground, and that's another confirmation. Clever. So we now have two members of Jordan facing the ground and probably bleeding out there in the open. Clever is already out of the game, so Jordan, they are in a world of trouble as we speak.
Oh my god, they are kind of in a trouble, aren't they? Ragnarok, Lyth, the only two guys, and they're actually potentially going right into the proximity of the fight themselves. Ragnarok, if he moves any further into the proximity, he will definitely have a fight against Syria. But we have, ladies and gentlemen, the kill feed lighting up. We have some knockdowns, we have some casualties into the proximity. It actually is going to go towards the Giorgio pool, the circle. Oh my god, I was thinking of saying, okay, let's go into the northern side compounds. You will have a lot of places, and imagine if the circle is going to go there. It actually did. It went there. Now imagine the chaos that's going to ensue while these teams are trying to get into the northern side city or the containers for their safety at this point. Northern side, we have Team Pakistan, we have Jordan's Ragnarok going on into the same proximity. We have BTR into the proximity as well, trying to get into the compound side of the northern side Georgia pool. But Nepal Blue, there we go, the tap shots onto the squad house. It definitely did some damage. It definitely did some shots on towards the players, but not enough. You have to be very precise from this point onward, because you shooting at a very long angle will mean that someone might be close to you, will hear about it, and will know exactly where you are, and then you will have to know about on the fact that if there's a grenade maybe coming onto you or not.
And Team Jordan, I think, just got eliminated by Lebanon. Okay, that's a win for Team Lebanon. And this is what I've observed so far coming from Nepal Blue. I mean, if there's no need for them to take up a fight during the first few zones in any competition or in any of the matches, they will not take it unless they are forced to take it. The moment that they feel like engaging, maybe towards maybe stage 4, stage 5, that's where they start racking up some points. And this has been, the formula that best works for Nepal Blue, and they're doing it over and over and over again. So again, when it comes to consistency, I think they pretty much have it down already. But looking at what's happening with Malaysia, we've got one of them currently bleeding out in the open, coming from the kill feed as well. We've got Domain from Nepal Red that got shut down from another part of Erangel here. But Malaysia, okay, I feel like, okay, Trexie's been moving right at the edge of the zone here, maybe gathering some information as well, because, knowledge will always be power. And, oh man, so this is a trade-off that we don't want to miss, because it's going to be blue versus red of Nepal. Who's going to be winning this clash?
Who's gonna be the very best at this point? It kind of popped off in my head. But Rex in the front lines, we have a Naki right here against the Fyron. Oh my god, that's 2-4 shots onto Fyron, getting that knockdown. Now Trexie needs to get out of there as soon as possible. There's Fyron, that's gonna be eliminated. That's the second elimination that the team Pakistan is gonna have. But red versus blue, we do have to see how it's gonna affect. But oh my god, the northern side city of the Georgia pool is gonna be the center of attention for the play zone at this time around. We have RE into the proximity. You can see where they will have a very amazing advantage against the rest of the teams. They have the rooftop buildings for themselves as well. But then we have Laos trying to shoot into the long proximity, trying to get those eliminations for themselves. But they have to get inside that circle as soon as possible as well. 12 total teams, and this small of a stage of a circle, I don't think so. I don't think so that you're going to be out there unscathed from this angle. There's Sri Lanka, Easy Boy closing in, getting that last elimination. Sri Lanka is out of the proximity on the hashtag number 12, and right with that, this, we are on to the top 11 teams with 41 players. There's Team Pakistan on the long side. Oh my god, getting an easy boy down. That's a beautiful shot. Naki on the top of the rock, just chilling there, shooting to his hard content with the rest of his team. That's the third elimination that they got so far. And throughout the aggression, throughout the games, the first Erangel, the second Erangel, they have been doing a really decent number of eliminations for themselves.
Ooh. Overall, this is such a great vantage point for Noki. He capitalized on that one while Laos actually trying to, they were scrambling because they just got off from a clash. They were at the edge of the zone there, so there's a lot of pressure being handled by Laos. But Noki's just really capitalizing on that situation. I guess it worked out for him. For the kill feed, I guess there's a couple of players getting knocked down as well in some parts of Erangel here. But we're looking at 11 teams remaining. We've got Yosef from Team Syria. We've got Delta coming from Blue Nepal. Oh, and that is a confirmation. Delta is already out of the game, so I feel like Red might be winning because we already have 2 players already down from the side of the Blue.
Oh my god. I mean, at this point, how well this execution is actually going, it is worth to watch. Killer YT right here, completely dazzled up right here. Killer YT getting that shot connected, and Laos on the hashtag number 11 they got eliminated. Syria got eliminated on the hashtag number 10. It's a back-to-back elimination that happened. Nepal Blue managed to get those eliminations for themselves. That's 4 eliminations, but at the cost of one of their players. That's Delta. Yante will be revived as soon as possible. Okay, there's nobody more on the container side, so they just need to get into the water after that revival and just cross the water as soon as possible. Get into the safe side, get into the compounds, and then take the fight from that point onward. There's Naki getting those knockdowns. Alex is also down by the hand of Naki. Wait a minute, that's another elimination. That's 2 knockdown back-to-back. 3rd knockdown back-to-back. Oh my god! What is going on? They're getting those confirmations for themselves. That's the 6th elimination that they're gonna have. Naki gets knocked down this time around by the hand of Apex, and I kind of want to see what's going on. There's Fallout closing down. Fallout's been taken down as well. There's the third player coming on. Apex finally gets eliminated, but at the cost of 2 of the players from the team Pakistan. There's no way that you can get that revival done. You have to get into the safe zone. You have to get into the blue. Once again, the circle is gonna go all the way to the compounds. Every single compound from the northern side of the Giorgio Pool, the city, it's in the circle. Whether it's the team Nepal Red, Rex, Precious, Saitama, whether it's Rizy, whether it's the Haidami, Jiggle, those white, Nepal White, or Nepal Blue that is kind of into the still container side, they can easily maintain their position into the circle.
Noki just went berserk there, bagging 6 elements for himself, and there was really a need for them to let go of Falak because he actually got knocked down from outside the blue zone. So Pakistan down 3 of their members, but looking at the situation as we speak here, Torix, I mean, Indonesia was able to take at least the middle part section of the Jorgapul. Could be quite an advantage compared to other teams here. I mean, they do have that potential to assume points, given that they do know where the teams are, like from which direction their opponents, of course, will be coming from. And there you go, another on-point nade coming from the Filipino Terminator here. We've got Federalis on the screen popping up just because he was able to cut down some of the players from across the road. And now getting back into Nepal, we've got Sleepy on the screen here, trying to manage a lot of teams in front of him, but still couldn't find the right connection just yet. But this city right here, Jorgapul, will definitely be a bloodbath eventually.
I mean, it's not a lot of distant into the future that we're gonna see a lot of bloodshed going on. William into the front lines. Wait a second. Hi, Dami. You have to look on the left side as well because one of your players getting some shots connected on him. He definitely managed to get a lot of damage down on towards the players. William is still on the front line. That grenade is gonna make a short work of this guy. It's a knockdown. It will be a confirmation maybe in a short while, but you have to be very precise on where you're shooting that grenade, where you're throwing that grenade up from this point onward. It's gonna go, it's gonna do some damage, a lot of damage in in fact. And William might just bleed out from this point onward. But no, they want that elimination. They want that confirmation. But oh, come on. Last moment, the grenade bounced off right outside of the compound. Domain came in, getting Haidami down. Williams' elimination. Too sleepy, goes towards him. Risey. Now looking at the team Pakistan from the Indonesia side, that's 2 eliminations so far that the team Indonesia has. 4 players still standing into the game, and Indonesia once again back into the action. 29 points so far into the positioning overall, because they're on the hashtag number 7. If they manage to secure more points, that will increase. But 2 elimination, meaning so far, even if they get eliminated here, that's 31 points right there for these guys. Team Pakistan, on the other hand, 8 elimination, meaning that's 24 points right here. They can potentially take down Team NPR, Team NP Red, given the fact that NP Red get eliminated right here. Naki gets, oh my god, Indonesia's Risey down. Oh my goodness, right there, that's 1 knockdown. This gives enough momentum, I'd say, to the Pakistan to go forward, take the fight against the team Nepal White, then move forward against the rest of the teams. But look at Giante, he's still in the water. There's a Naki shooting at the team Nepal White as well, trying to get some damage done. In fact, that's Team Red, Nepal Red, Domain, and the Precious on towards the very right side of the map.
You know, it's a great thing to see that finally Nepal White has been picking up the pace here. I mean, 2 of the high-performing teams we have for this round are Team Pakistan and, of course, Nepal White. Team Pakistan managed to put up 8 elimination points on the board here. As for Nepal White, it's already at 7 points. And now, looking at the situation, we've got Team Pakistan still in the outskirts. It's going to be hard for them to even step into the safe zone just because of the fact that Nepal Red is right up in front of them. But of course, all it takes is great execution when whatever plan that you have, of course, to approach the engagement will then determine just like how you're gonna get into the latter stages of this match. Now we've got IQQ cooking up a nade here, getting ready to challenge up the boys of Nepal Red. As for Nepal Red, they're getting into position as well. The best way they know how to defend themselves.
I don't know how this is going to actually go forward, because here we go. Precious comes into play. He gets knocked down. The crucial player that secured those decent, those amazing number of elimination. He's the one. He's the fragger that is right now knocked down right into the proximity. He's going to heal himself back to the 75% HP. Precious is going to go forward, but we have IQ low on that HP. The grenade is going to take down Precious right here. Precious will be eliminated right with this. 10 elimination points for the team Pakistan. IQ T24, but the fragger, the elimination guy, that was Naki. He's the one that got eliminated. So kind of into the proximity where the whole momentum that was kind of working with Naki, it's kind of like completely like obliterated. Now Team Pakistan have to think of new strategies with the rest of the 2 players to like do something. In the meanwhile, Team Nepal Blue, they also have to do something. There is the Team Indonesia getting those Molotovs from the Bangladesh side. Eddie getting a nade. That's a lot of damage. Going on. Eddie healing himself. There's Shaijan throwing the smokes, maybe the clouds for the players. Mahfouz into the proximity as well on the other side of the wall, so he's still waiting for the opportunity that he can cross, he can get inside, then he can take the fight. But there goes the Molotov once again. The player grenade has actually been denied. Oh my god, there we go. The shots are going. Mahfouz is trying his level best, but the grenade, oh my god, that could have potentially taken the player down. It did not connect. It did not get any kind of connections. We are down to the top 7, and this is the stage number 7 that's actually approaching within the 10 minutes marker. 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh, T24. You don't want to mess with T24 at this moment. That was such beautiful nade coming from T24 right there. Again, bagging another point for himself. I guess, you know, he was able to caught his opponent off guard. Definitely, he wasn't expecting that. But in the meantime, we've got Bangladeshis on the screen, and we've got one of them down on the ground as well. So Team Indonesia does have that leverage up against their opponents, of course, which is Team Bangladesh. And now Razy. Okay, it was Razy. Okay, so there is another player that might be joining into the mix as well. But overall, it was Team Indonesia who was able to eliminate the rest of the Bangladeshi team, which puts us to just 6 teams remaining here and 16 players alive for stage 7. Of course, the circus is already shrinking and it's getting a little crowded for the 16 players, so we are expecting quite a bloodshed to happen in just a while here.
I mean, there's a bloodshed going on. Look at the circle, look at the stage, and look at all these players alive. Okay, 7 teams is not a very big number, but the amount of players alive in those 7 teams,
Wow.
okay, that is a big number right there. Indonesia has 4, Nepal Blue has 3, White has 4, Pakistan has 2, Red has 2. Then we have TLS with a solo player into the proximity. I don't know where that solo player is, but he's surviving. He's alive somewhere into the proximity. Then we have example from Nepal Blue cooking that grenade. He's gonna throw it near the IQ side, but oh my god, this single grenade can potentially mean the elimination of both of the players, but oh, he messed that grenade up. Now his position, I do believe so, is gonna be revealed, but I think they're stuck. I think Team Pakistan is stuck here. They have no way of getting up. They have no way of getting up. The moment they're gonna get on this rock, it's gonna be over for these guys. Example, he needs to heal himself. He has been spotted. The shot is done. Example gets taken down. Oh my god! Team Pakistan, what is going on with these guys? They are so aggressive going on with this thing.
Hey, Team Pakistan brought their A game today. That was such a big IQ moment coming from IQQ. Definitely putting up a great show for each and every one of us. I mean, Team Pakistan already bagged 11 elimination points for the last Erangel. We're already at stage 7. So what's lacking for Team Pakistan right now is that chicken dinner win. That would be the cherry on top, definitely. But of course, the fight is not over just yet because we still got Nepal Blue putting up a great fight up against Team Pakistan. But there is this one question that's been bugging me, Torix. How is Team Pakistan going to move forward from this situation? They cannot go back up. They cannot move forward because Nepal Blue will definitely, of course, gatekeep them and will make it hard for them to even step onto any sort of land so far in this situation.
I mean, this is one thing that this team has to be very, very up. T24, I'm not even sure what he's doing at this point in the water, because he's moving straight to the proximity of the Team Nepal Blue. Gyante can look into the backside. He can spot down the players, but T24, his lung capacity is up. He needs to get up, get some fresh air into his lungs if he wants to survive. But we have that MJJ, KK, once again for the Team Indonesia, alongside of the Team Nepal Red, alongside of the Team Nepal White, close to the proximity of the TLS. The last guy, there we go. Kevin is into the proximity as well. The Kevin has been spotted. The Drawlitz also has a chance to look on toward the Team Pakistan's player as well. Gyante cooking that grenade. He's gonna throw it up. IQ, will you be safe? The answer is yes. He is still safe. He is still alive. Another grenade is gonna go, but not for long. As IQ gets taken down, I think this will be all for the Team Pakistan from this point onward. There we go. Team Pakistan, they have been eliminated. T24 getting that elimination as well on the hashtag number 6 that they got eliminated. 11 elimination. This is the highest number so far in this match that we have seen. Nepal White can do wonders. The rest of the team, Blue, Red, even Indonesia can do an amazing job. Jiggle gets knocked down. Nepal White, that's a knockdown on towards their side. Kevin, he's not only surviving, he's making a short work for the players, but
wow.
Oh my god, walking right into the Molotov himself. This is not a good move.
There we go, the back and forth trade that we have been waiting for. This is already stage 9 here in Erangel. Nepal Blue is still alive, but it's already Gyante and Killer YT making it happen for the team. Nepal White, of course, is still making their way to get in the middle, but of course they're slowing down their forward. Up until, of course, it's the right time for them to leave this building. But as for Nepal Red, I mean, they're already running out of space here. They're pretty exposed to a lot of teams. We've got Indonesia taking control, dictating the pace, and just seeing through at which opponents will go first. And again, we are just waiting to see who will get the chicken dinner right now, because it's now or never. Everyone is, of course, trying to eliminate, because again, the kill feed is already lighting up here. 4 teams remaining, and the fight is still, of course, crucial for each and every one.
Oh my god, it's super crucial for each and every one. White gets eliminated right there. Red gets eliminated. It's Indonesia versus blue. It is a 4 versus 1 scenario, and Indonesia, they're gonna secure their second win over the chicken dinner for the day number 1. Right here, Gante gets eliminated, and it's a win over the chicken dinner. 7 elimination for the team Indonesia. Match number 1, 16 elimination. Match number 3, 7 eliminations for themselves. An amazing pace, an amazing start for the day number 1 for the team Indonesia. Now, once again, they have made their momentum. They have set a momentum for themselves. The difference between the points is going to be immense, is going to be high once again into the overall leaderboard, and they are safe for yet another match.
It was a great position right from the get-go, to be honest. I mean, they were already in the middle of the Jorgo pool and just really waiting for everyone to kind of step into their line of sight. And again, it's a great game, well played from Team Indonesia. This is already the second winner chicken dinner for today. So we already know which of the teams here are really set on a mission to dominate for this tournament. But of course, when it comes to the MVP, there is no doubt that Noki is the one, of course, to secure the title for this round. 6 elimination points. We've got more than half for the team contribution. And then, of course, the longest elimination distance set up by Noki is at 375 meters. So, again, this is a very well-rounded player for this round. Hence, of course, a deserving win for the match MVP.
It is, but Noki, this guy has been a beast throughout the game. The amount of eliminations he single-handedly got, the amount of knockouts that he did back-to-back with a single team, that was amazing. 15.38% headshot, 69.23% of the body shots, and 15.38 on the legs. This guy is the MVP of the match number 3, and with this, I do totally believe he has the potential to get into the overall ranking as well for the MVP.
Ooh, yeah.
But at the same time, we have the match summary. We have 60 eliminations in the match number 3, out of which 55 knockouts. 5,732 healings, 211 throwables used, 4 airdrops, 9 headshot against, 11 rescues. The players that got knocked down, they got eliminated at that point. Not a lot of players got revived. I was expecting, okay, after Sanhok, we're going to see a lot more revived, but no. That's going to actually go more down onto 11. The longest elimination into the Erangel is actually 375 meters of the distance. So that's really good. That's really decent. Okay, you have Erangel, you have that decent number of elimination of a distance. But going into the match ranking, we have 17 points for Indonesia, 14 for blue, 13 for red, 13 for Pakistan, 12 for white. That's a lot of Nepal into the first short.
I guess 375 longest elimination distance, that comes from Noki, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
that
mean,
actually
oh
did.
man. All I can say is that really everyone is playing on another level here. I mean, everyone's really not disappointing their fans and really putting up a great show. I mean, match number 3 here, the stakes are really getting higher. Indonesia, of course, continues to lead the charge, obviously, with their second chicken dinner, holding the top spot with 17 points. Of course, all thanks to their aggressive, but, okay, there's a big but, calculated playstyle. And then, meanwhile, we got also Nepal Blue isn't far behind, sitting at 14 points, proving that, you know, like, steady performances can be just as deadly as eliminations. But the real shakeup here, Torix, comes from Nepal Red and Pakistan, both locked at 13 points. Pakistan's 11 elimination spree was like a bold statement, but with only 2 placement points, they need to adjust their approach if they want to break into the top tier, definitely. Nepal White, as I mentioned a while ago, they picked up the pace for this round. They were a little quiet during the first 2 matches, but coming into match number 3, I feel like they want to ensure that Nepal's presence in this tournament remains to be undeniable. Meanwhile, just trying to focus on the teams that are in the mid-table, trying to claw their way up. There's Sri Lanka, of course, Jordan, Vietnam, and the Maldives. They all struggle at the bottom, desperately needing a breakout performance. But of course, we're going to find out if that could be the case, because we only have 2 matches remaining for day number 1.
Oh my god. Only 2 more to go, and those 2 are the Miramars. But we have Indonesia, 45 points. 9 points of difference against Nepal Red. Nepal Red, I have to commend to these guys. They're still on the hashtag number 2. Even after all this games and the amount of plays that the other teams have actually done against all of the other teams, Blue has considerably risen up into the ranking as well with 34 points to their name. Pakistan has 28, 22 for White. There's Mongolia with 17, 16 for Jordan, 15 for Malaysia. Sri Lanka with 13. There's Laos with 9, 8 for Lebanon, 8 for Bangladesh. Timor-Leste, we have 7, 5 for Syria, 5 for Vietnam, and last but not the least, on the hashtag number 16, we are seeing the team Maldives with the 4 points. Still the second chart, the number 10 points on number 10 position onward. The teams still have yet to secure double-digit points for themselves. But Rex has successfully taken the number 1 position off the MVP ranking. ZMJJKK has finally been dethroned from that. 9 elimination, 8 elimination is the difference. The difference of elimination is 1, but the damage goes towards the Rex's side. 1491 with 1456 for ZMJJKK. 23 minutes of survival time as a comparison to 18 minutes of survival time. Then we have Precious on the number 3, 6 elimination. Naki, he's coming here into the MVP ranking within just a single game, single action of those 6 elimination. 7 total elimination for Naki, 1311 damage. Then last but not the least, it is Killer YT with 7 elimination, 949 damage.
Okay, so we already know which teams are actually performing great for the matches. Obviously, it's Indonesia winning 2 chicken dinners. And of course, we also had to give recognition to Sri Lanka, Laos, Lebanon, and Bangladesh, because even if they are not doing so great, for day number 1 of this competition, I'm pretty sure that they will have still something cooking, just for us. We need something drastic, to turn their tournament around. I don't want to say they're running out of time since it's just day number 1, but match 4 will be their not really last opportunity, but maybe second to the last opportunity to make a significant move before the final day, or like the final game comes on. But anyway, so much action that already happened here, Torix. And again, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gents. Please don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Showdown. We are back once again after the short break that we just took. But yes, the teams should be ready now any moment because this is the start for the Miramar matches. But before we head over there, introducing ourselves once again, this is Torix, and with me once again on the caster desk, it is the one and only Red Queen Andy. So Andy, welcome back. And the previous 3 matches, the action has been so intense, but Indonesia finally has secured their second chicken dinner.
Yep, definitely. And also Pakistan tied at 28 points. They definitely showed flashes of brilliance from that round, but their focus on eliminations over placement could cost them if they don't secure stronger finishes, right? I mean, we did mention a while ago that the only lacking from Team Pakistan right now is that winner chicken dinner. That will be the cherry on top if they do secure a chicken dinner for today's set of matches. Now, we also saw Nepal White sitting at 22 points in the overall leaderboard. They have been steadily holding on, but now they must step up if they want to, of course, enter the title race. And that could happen right now in Miramar. It's going to be a different kind of pace here since we are already playing in the biggest map in the competitive scene. Of course, Miramar, it's a desert game. So probably we will be seeing a lot of DMRs, hopefully, because I think the meta is slowly evolving here in Miramar. DMRs, I'm seeing less and less players actually using that type of gun and actually switching into more shotguns and UMPs and M416s.
I mean, I've even seen the Uzis, the micro Uzis going around by these team players. There was a meta like back 2 years ago that Uzi was on the very high demand. Everyone had an Uzi at that time. And then it came the meta of the Vector as well at one point. With Vector, oh my god, that's a total of destruction. But every gun has its flaws as well, and the Circle even has its flaw. Unless, hear me out, Andy, unless it goes towards those small islands.
Oh yeah, I mean,
then it's perfect.
We already witnessed a kind of a glory battlefield that happened in the the other tournament, right? I mean, that I would love for that to happen again, but just like paying close attention to where the teams actually dropped in Miramar, we've got of course that information popping onto the right side of the screen. So if you could pay attention to that side, you'd know where your favorite teams are currently in the map. But getting back into the action that is about to happen, of course, we've got TLS and Nepal White about to go at it. Obviously, Nepal White are going in for the pinch here. We've got one player from TLS a little bit shaken up because he had taken some hits. So there's a need for him to find bandages or like maybe first aid kits to heal himself up, but of course that kind of opportunity will not let happen by Nepal White. So let's see what's going to okay, here we go. Sleepy was able to take a point.
Early point right there. Kevin is going to be taken down. The guy that survived till the very end for his team into the previous match is going to be taken down the first. This time around, Team Lebanon, Zakaria, he's down as well. So kind of those eliminations are coming up. Team Lebanon, things are not looking good for you as that's the second knockdown. That's the second player that's going to be taken down. But Nepal White, so far, that's one elimination. They are looking at the long range quarters with the tap fires, the high Thami managing not to get even a single shot connected upon on these players. But I don't think you should be doing that. I don't think you should be getting this much out in the open because with every angle there's a possibility that they can be looking at you as well.
And this is not, of course, a great start for the side of Lebanon, considering the fact that 2 of them already out of the game here. So it's just Fatal and EC, a tandem that they hope, of course, to win the clash. But as for Nepal White, I guess that was a successful mission. That was a successful clash for the white side because they were able to bag some points. That is a total of 2. Now, Champ and probably the other member will now flee away from this scene, or perhaps maybe just go for the reposition. We've seen many situations happen just like this one. Even if they are already at a deficit, they are at a disadvantage, they can still flip the script, up against the opposition. That could happen. That is still a big potential right there. If, of course, Nepal might be a little reckless in this situation, but judging by what we see so far coming from Nepal White, they have been picking up the pace here. They're trying to show up, starting from match number 3. So I do hope they can carry over the same energy back into this round, because these are the second to the last game for day number 1 of the tournament.
This is the second last game of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, for the day number 1 at the very least. After this, you're going to go back to the drawing board, get your mistakes up and ready, and try to work it out for the next 2 days. But right now, we have Team Vietnam going forward against the team at Lebanon as well. That's a knockdown that they want to secure as soon as possible for themselves. But is it going to be a possibility on that? Are they going to be able to do that? Is there nobody to stop them from getting that elimination done? And in fact, there is nobody into the proximity that can stop them from getting that elimination. This is the third one that they're gonna have for themselves. We have so far 4 players remaining from the team Vietnam and 3 eliminations to their name, meaning already there's team Lebanon severely underplayed from this point onward, as Easy is the only guy that is alive, and this was the only fight alongside of the team Nepal White that actually occurred against the team TLS. From that point onward, Miramar is finally showing us a slow pace start for some of the teams, but there we go. Nepal White, 1 player is right now knocked down. It's a trade-off going on back to back, but the sleepy Erangel, he made sure that Timor-Leste goes back to the sleep, and it's over for them. 4 eliminations without a single casualty.
To be honest, Timor-Leste is not really doing so great, from all of the matches so far for day number 1. So hopefully they can go back to the drawing board, because obviously something's not going right for them. So something needs to change. And hopefully they can pick up the rhythm, they can pick up the pace. Perhaps they can show more aggressive step into day number 2, but of course we still got 1 more game before we wrap things up. But yeah, I mean, it's not a great day so far for Timor-Leste. I can say the same for Team Vietnam as well. They have been losing fights, from a lot of matches, and we haven't seen the true how to say the true face of Team Vietnam. So hopefully we can see some action coming from this team. And since we've already seen 1 team get eliminated, we're down to just 15 teams remaining here. And you're right, this is going to be a slow pace since we are in the biggest map. So how about we talk about like rivalry brewing up so far? I do have a question. Is Indonesia versus Nepal Red shaping up to be like perhaps the championship defining rivalry that could happen for this tournament? What do you think?
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this or not, so I'm really afraid to say anything on this matter. But yeah, if I say anything, I'm definitely getting canceled from that point onward. But yeah.
It's okay.
No, I don't want to get canceled at this point. But we have Rex, ladies and gentlemen, getting eliminated by the hand of Gyante. So that's the 1 elimination. So with this, Nepal Blue, last match, they got on the number 2. Starting this match as a really good one, I think this might put them into somewhat of an advantage against the other teams, but you still have to take down your opponents, your same country peers, that is Nepal Red, before you can take on the team Indonesia.
I mean, like, we're just stating the facts here. I mean, we're sticking to what is happening within the tournament. Obviously, Indonesia, Nepal Red, they're going head-to-head here in terms of getting those elimination points. Both teams have always been aggressive right from the get-go. So, I mean, they are one of the teams that is shaping this competition overall for day number 1. Of course, the story can still change the moment we step into day number 2, but that is, of course, still, like a hypothetical theory or like the storyline that we're trying to set here. But of course, we are looking at which teams are rising unexpectedly and maybe could disrupt, the leaderboard, who's making a strong case as the MVP of the tournament so far. I mean, those are just kind of the topics that we want to discuss with you guys based on what is currently happening in the tournament.
I mean, we do have to look on the facts and figurines upon on every single one of these players, their mindsets, first of all, because this is one of a tournament where you're not like representing a single team, you're representing the whole country, and with that comes great responsibility that everything for your country is residing on your shoulders, and nobody else's. You were the chosen ones to represent your whole country into all of these fights and everything. So already the pressure is super immense, and judging from these teams so far, how they have been like aggressing and everything, I have to give it to Indonesia, Nepal red, blue, even Pakistan. White has been doing some great, a decent job as well, but not enough. They're kind of getting overshadowed by red and blue at this point. But we have SL Doom getting a knockdown on himself. That's a knockdown. It will be a confirmation in a short while. And aside from that, only a single full team that have been eliminated. They're just waiting for more and more teams to like aggress, eliminate themselves, eliminate one another from this point onward. So there's only a little things that you can do. There's not a lot of things and not a lot of possibilities that you can have, but to wait for the other teams to like aggress upon you. But Nepal red versus Nepal blue, right next to the proximity against each other, they are waiting. That they are actually saying you first and you first. They are implying this. Whosoever moves first from this point onward to either aggress or like disengage from the fight, they are definitely getting some shots, if not all.
Oh man, yeah. Since we just stepped into the first Miramar of this tournament, of course, there are those questions as well that I have in mind, or brewing in my mind, rather. This is, of course, like which team is actually playing the smarter game, like which team will be the best one to do a zone control and like rotations, because it's too early to say, since everyone is, of course, still trying to find the best vantage point that could best work for the team here. As for Team Mongolia, there are some of the teams that is also like within proximity within the area, but I don't think any hard push or any hard fights will happen just yet. Judging by the team's position here, there will be a lot coming from the northern side, so perhaps this is an opportunity for Team Pakistan to assume a lot of points, since they have the power to gatekeep quite a number of teams here, Torix.
It all depends on how well you can gatekeep the area, how well you can hold your proximity, and how well you can like make the other teams bleed before they like actually step into that. Here's the shots from Mongolia side. They're definitely not reaching anyone at this point. They're not approaching anyone from this point onward. Alex tried his level best with the 3-time spray. Nothing on the connectivity side. 12 minutes have passed so far, ladies and gentlemen. We have Lebanon, Team Vietnam, that were outside of the circle, but now Lebanon is the only team that is outside of the circle right now. They're receiving the blue zone damage as a solo player. I don't think he even has any more choices from this point onward than to survive for as long as he can, whether it's outside of the circle, whether it's inside of the circle. But there we go. Fatality managed to get a headshot connected on the Team Syria. But the knockdowns, these casualties that are much needed, they're not coming. They're not approaching for these teams.
And again, you know, this are all just like fair warning shots. You know, no one wants to get close just yet, except for some of the players coming from Sri Lanka. I mean, Razy is not wasting that opportunity to maybe shut down a player from that moving vehicle, but perhaps there will be another player that could get the point. And okay, so it is still Federalis coming from Team Indonesia that was able to shut down that player. So I guess that is a win for Team Indonesia. But for Nepal Red, okay, this is of course not what we expect coming from this team, since Rex is already out of the game, so it's just up to Saitama, Domain, and Precious, of course, to still make it happen for this round. But ooh, okay, this is not a good one. Domain, his car got stuck there, and it's hard to push forward, to move forward even in Miramar without any vehicles. You know that when you travel on foot, it will be easier for other teams to kind of target you.
I mean, that is true. If you're on foot and on top of that in Miramar, oh, you are in for a treat for the other teams. You are definitely a treat for all the other teams. But we have Team Syria. Those knockdowns on the players. There's Fatality coming into the proximity to get that revival maybe done. But he sees Yusuf. He goes back away. He's kind of coming in once again close to find out the exact location of the guy, and as soon as he realized that, he goes back to the proximity of his players. He goes back to the angle where he can be on the safe side. He's behind the car. He's behind that truck, but you can see Alex getting a headshot. Not the damage. All the damages are done, not the knockouts whatsoever. Yusuf trying his level best to get those connectivities. In the meanwhile, Domain versus Jiggle has happened. It's a knockdown. It will be a confirmation into the proximity as well. Whereas this fight is closing in and it's engaging, disengaging. The other fight has not only engaged, but also a knockdown and a casualty has occurred. White actually got fully finished off by the hand of Team Red. Oh, what?
Yeah. And again for White, okay, they're already out of the game with 6 elimination points. Okay, I think I that's a pretty decent number, I can say, but still not quite the incredible gameplay that we expect coming from Nepal White. But anyway, okay, getting back into the game here. 13 teams remaining. We've got Mongolia on the screen here, but coming off the kill feed again, it's Levi's from Team Vietnam. Example from Nepal Blue. And another confirmation coming through. It's Precious that took down one of the players coming from the blue side of Nepal, and it's not looking too good because Nepal Red is gaining that momentum as well and doing an amazing job so far at gatekeeping their enemies. Okay.
I mean, Andy, at this point, how all these teams, all these players, they have been like engaging and disengaging on towards the fight. It was kind of like going up and down for the players. But now, as we head over to stage number 4, the situation is going to get tensed. Everyone's going to be very careful on what they're doing, how they're like actually approaching the situation. You can see Saitama getting some shots on his side, but from the same angle, from the same side, you can also see some shots even getting onto the other teams as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of Saitama still outside of the circle, still outside of the safe zone area where he needs to like actually get in to survive the damage from all the different angles that have been happening. Yusuf is also closing in, trying to get into the safe side. And the back side, there's another team that can potentially take you down from the back shots, from the car, and if that happens, there is no saving you whatsoever.
Ooh.
There's a Saitama finally going to be taken down by the hand of Blue, the solo guy that is out, taking the blue damage. He managed to take down a player off a red. Not only that, he managed to secure that elimination for himself.
Nepal Red is, yes, they're making headlines for their high-risk elimination-heavy strategy. They're the wild ones, you know, and people love, of course, the dark horses that refuses to play safe. But this round is a bit costly, you know, for the team here. They do have 5 elimination points for their name, but will they continue on with this aggressive play style? That is a question for me right there. But anyway, coming back into Mongolia, they just got eliminated. Ooh, and this is also probably one of the gameplays that I do not expect coming from Team Mongolia. So they are probably one of the teams that I will be looking out for day number 2 if they will make any changes in terms of like their pace, their overall tactical gameplay in this competition.
I mean, this is the tactical gameplay that's happening. The new tactical is right now the aggression for all of these teams. Beckham gets taken down. Lizzie boy, come on. You can get Eddie out. But no. Lizzie boy gets knocked down. It is an elimination. Back-to-back. Orpheus comes into the clutch. Ragnarok takes down Rifa. Eddie comes in, gets that elimination done. It's a back-to-back eliminations on toward the players. You can see how many players just got eliminated. And right with the proximity, you can definitely see how well these fights are actually occurring, how well these fights are actually happening. We have Eddie, we have Honda fighting against each other into the area. The shots are coming up. Oh my god, everything is super hard for all of these players, and basically the survival is one thing that is super necessary from this point onward if you want to have any points, because you survived for this long and you're still on the number 9. The team that will get eliminated from this point onward, they will still not have even a single positioning point.
Okay, so Team Vietnam still waiting for them to make things happen. So far, they do have that number advantage, but of course, we're going to talk more about that. We're going to look at what Bangladesh is doing at the moment. Eddie, however, wasn't able to pull off a great capoeira style there up against Jordan because he just got eliminated, which brings Jordan, of course, 7 elimination points under their name, and they still have the time to pick up their teammates here, which of course grants them a full squad up until stage 5. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. The situation is going so intense, but the grenade comes into the play. It's over. Bangladesh is out, ladies and gentlemen. Bangladesh is out right with the singular grenade. 8 elimination, top 8 teams. Ragnarok, alongside of Team Jordan, is one of the few teams that is still
trying to recuperate from that situation. But then again, every opportunity's got to be seized, and that's exactly what the opposition did. 8 teams remaining here now, ladies and gents, and I believe there's a player coming from Team Syria just currently down on the ground as we speak. But as for Jordan, again, they were able to bag 1 more point, so that's a total of 8 now. And it seems like Ragnarok, living up to his reputation, living up to his name there, bagged most of the kills. So he's doing most of the heavy lifting, so to speak. Now, for Malaysia, okay, they started off really strong. But then it's kind of slowing down. But perhaps, since this is the first Miramar, they're still trying to maybe check out the vibe still. And there's plenty more chances, of course, to go around for them to pick up the pace as well. But in the meantime, they were able to rack up a total of 3 points. So that number can still change because we still got a lot more stages to go through.
Oh, we still have a lot of stages to go through. There's Pakistan in the circle. There's another team inside the circle as well. But look at all the different teams, whether it's Myanmar, whether it's on towards the team Nepal. Red, they're outside. They're trying to get their hands into the circle first and foremost. Vietnam is holding down the fort against the team Nepal Red. But at this point, what we are seeing is the fact that Nepal Red, they're not making any kind of overextensive moves so far that can potentially harm them into the proximity. Team Vietnam, they're chilling in the circle. They have the circle. They can hold down the back fort for all of these teams. Oh my god, it's a total of 7 total teams that are still alive. There is Domain. Syria gets eliminated on the hashtag number 7. We're officially down to the top 6. At least it's not 1 point anymore for the teams. It's at least 2 points, and from that point onward, more and more points for themselves. But talking about all the facts and figurines, all the actions that we can potentially see, it is 22 minutes marker. It is this small of a conjunction of the circle that is holding down the teams, that is holding down every single fort for these players on how they're gonna affect, how they're gonna move, how they're gonna hold down the forts and the position. Look at Domain, look at Precious, they're kind of farther away. Lamborghini has the perfect opportunity. If he sees someone, he gets him knocked down. There is no way Nepal Red can get that revival done.
Exactly. And of course, if you would want to win any situation, you wouldn't let any opposition, of course, do some healing, right? I mean, you gotta seize that opportunity, pretty much just like what Team Vietnam is doing at the moment. But judging by the stats we can see on the right side here, Torix, it's a slow, steady pace, for Team Pakistan. But Team Jordan right now is really on full aggro mode, to be honest. 8 elimination points, of course, is no joke at all. But of course, they put a big target on their back. So Tommy right now just caught a nade coming from Falak. That was the gift coming from Falak right there. Hence getting himself another point under his name. But there's a need for them to pick up IQQ and Noki in this situation, of course, because Team Vietnam is already on the move here. And of course, ready to collect some points as well. So Falak, what are you going to do?
Oh my god, you have to go back. You have to get that revival on Naki. And at the same time, you can see Araizi, Malakai, Naki gets that revival. Oh my god, Team Pakistan is back on the 4-man alive. 3 eliminations, close to the proximity of the Team Vietnam. They're closing in. The shots are coming up. Fuller gets Lamborghini down. It's an instant confirmation. Naki closes up, but instantly gets obliterated. The DBS is going to take the player down. Nate T is into the front lines. The Molotov can go. The player is going to rush forward. The DBS is going to get some connection, but Nate T is finally going to be taken down. 2-4. You need to heal yourself as soon as possible. Farajin gets eliminated. There's 2-4. IQ into the backside, and for 1-6 reloaded. The players ready to get that action connected upon on the players. He gets that nade up and cooking, but no, it's a trade-off. It's a dud. It's a dud right there. He's trying to shoot. The player comes in from the right side, takes IQ down. It is 2-4 versus Parajin from this point onward. Grenade is being cooked. There is 4 healings. I think you should have healed yourself first from this point onward. The shots are gonna connect. Pakistan is gonna win it out off this one. It is a top 2, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia, the team that took 2 back-to-back chicken dinners versus the Team Pakistan that is still on the hashtag number 3, hashtag number 4 position. After this match, they can potentially have the chance to secure the number 1 position if they manage to get that chicken dinner for themselves. Indonesia, 8 elimination, 7 for the Team Pakistan. Falak has no way of getting that revival done upon this guy. So it's a 3 versus 2. IQ 2-4. Everything residing on their side from the Team Pakistan, and on the other side from the Team Indonesia, it is Malak Bek. There's that MJJKK, and there is a Risey.
Indonesia, they mean business right here, Forks. I mean, they are gunning for the 3rd winner chicken dinner of the night here, so we have no question when it comes to their momentum so far. And right now, obviously, Indonesia's going in for the pinch here. 8 elimination points in the bag, and of course, we are waiting to see if they can play their cards right here and secure their 3rd win this evening. In the meantime, Pakistan, of course, is giving their best gameplay so far. They've managed to be part of the top 2 teams here, the final 2 teams for the first Miramar of this tournament. Now we can see that ZMJJKK, 2-minute letters right there, but of course he was able to bag that MVP title just moments ago, and I feel like he is also gunning for that title again in this round, because we're not talking about, you know, the 50,000 moolah right there just for the MVP title. So Indonesia really means a business here. Who will be winning this fight? Indonesia now on their 3rd streak, perhaps, when it comes to their chicken dinner, but Team Pakistan, man, they are on a streak, on a killing streak as well. So let's see who's gonna win.
Oh, we do have to see. This is just getting excited and more excited at this point. Everybody is trying their level best to get that winner chicken dinner, but only one of these 2 teams are going to secure that. It's potentially a 2 versus 2 into the front lines, but in the backside, that's what's going to make the whole difference into the proximity. If he gets spotted,
man.
if the third-party angle, if the back angle gets spotted, that instantly will mean there's a lot of maybe the casualty that can possibly occur. But 2-4, do not peek for this long against your opponents. He get up, he got some shots, he instantly went down back into the proximity. 2-4, you can see him in the front lines. There is the players throwing the grenades, throwing the utilities that they have for themselves. The position has been revealed for T24. At the very least, the grenade can potentially harm this guy. But the fact is that the Team Pakistan does not have any throwables or whatsoever. This is the one thing that they have to be very careful about, that the fact that they don't have any throwables to shoot up on towards the team to get them down from the proximity. And if one of the players gets taken down, it's an instant obliteration. But what was that? What was that, you beast? Not only you went straight into the den of your opponents, you got the knockdown, you got the casualties upon on them, and now, once again, making an equilibrium of a 2v2. This is the possibility. This is the chance. You need to rush. You need to go get that eliminations done upon on the players that they are giving that revival upon on the players. This is going to connect. The player did not get that revive. Oh my god. That MJJKK, the last guy. This is a 1 versus 2. And the chances of Pakistan getting that winner chicken dinner is really high. Indonesia, you have to get that 1v2 if you want to secure that 3rd chicken dinner for yourself. This is the right opportunity for you guys as well. Use all the utils that you have. Dump everything upon on the enemy side, T24 at this point managed to secure one nade for himself. This nade is going to be crucial. There's a KZMJJKK throwing a grenade as well. Will it get a connectivity? Staying this close to the proximity against a single opponent, opponent that's throwing a grenade. I don't think so. That's a good opportunity. You should be kind of into the safe side. The grenade is going to go. No connection whatsoever. It actually did get some connection. Half flare. The player is 50% on the HP side, but the circle is closing in. 2 minutes in, and we will have the 9th stage closing the full circle up.
These are the moments that we'll live for. Finally, we are looking in such a nerve-wracking situation between Indonesia and Team Pakistan. It was an amazing gameplay all in all coming from Pakistan. They were able to flip the script up against Indonesia. It was a 3v2 moments ago, but with that amazing gameplay coming from IQQ and T24, men, they turned the tables up against Indonesia, and they were able to put a stop on that chicken dinner streak. Team Pakistan takes the victory for match number 4, day number 1 of this tournament.
Oh my god. Oh god. I mean,
incredible gameplay. It is definitely the highlight, for day number 1. Not just, Team Indonesia securing 2 chicken dinners for this day, but that was such an amazing victory for Pakistan.
that was definitely such an amazing victory. Now, with this, the momentum that they have gained so far, I kind of want to see if they have managed to overtake all the other peers, all the other opponents, because they were at the hashtag number 4, I think, with 28 points. With this amount of points and the winner chicken dinner, I think they should be somewhere into the 40 points marker. Then talking about the MVP, it is T24 this time around. 5 elimination, 956 damage, 8 meters. Whoa. He had the closest elimination, and that's his longest elimination. 306 damage taken, 50% contribution, 213 healing done. This guy is a beast going on. He took every single fight right in the face of their opponents, of his opponents at the very least. Not only that, he got the most damage, he got the most elimination, he did 50% of the contribution for his team as well. Amazingly done. 15% headshots, 23.08% of the body, and 61 on the arms and the legs. Oh my god. This guy, he was actually shooting at the legs. He was making sure that everyone that keeps coming at him falls hard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, pretty much just like what John Wick has been doing, in all of the movies. Like, he goes in for the leg and then ends it with a headshot. And I guess that's what T24 is actually gunning for. But you know what? T24 is playing amazingly, right? He's on another level, to be honest. His name keeps popping on, and there is no doubt if we see his name being as one of the really front runners gunning for that MVP title in the entirety of this tournament, well, nobody can question it. I mean, he's doing such an incredible job so far, and I'm looking forward on how we're gonna wrap things up for day number 1 of this tournament.
I mean, yeah, we do have to know how things are gonna wrap up for the day number 1 at this point, because this was the match number 4, and the way that these top teams are getting those connections and everything done upon on their peers, it's amazing. But we have 60 elimination, ladies and gentlemen, 60 knockouts, 14 headshots, 14 rescues, 9,192 healings, 168 throwable to use, 3 airdrops, and we have the longest elimination distance of 377. That is not on Falak at the very least, because that was 8. 8 was his longest elimination, but we have someone into the proximity that did this long of an elimination.
Oh man, that was a crazy round, I can say, and no doubt Team Pakistan at the top. So this is, of course, the hashtag Pack on top. 20 points in total for this round, followed by Indonesia, of course, with 14, tied up with Vietnam coming in at 3rd place. We got Jordan ending the game with a double-digit score as well. We've got Malaysia, Nepal red, within the top 6, I guess. But since we do have 16 teams here, I think we can also consider the fact that Nepal White did an amazing job so far with this match.
They definitely did an amazing job. White got some decent number of elimination. That was 6. But I'm looking at 20 points, then Indonesia with 14 points. Okay, nobody's going to be stopping Indonesia at this point on the hashtag number 1, because they still managed to secure a very decent number of points for themselves. Then, moving onward, we have Vietnam with 14 points as well, Jordan with 10, Malaysia with the 9, 8 for Nepal red. We're going to the Syria after White with the 6 points. Syria has 2, Bangladesh 2, Maldives 2, Nepal blue with 2, Sri Lanka, Laos, Mongolia. They managed to secure 1, Lebanon and Timor-Leste. They only got 0 points whatsoever. Once again, Leste, this is not the first time into a match that they got 0 points for themselves, and because of that, they only have secured 7 points for themselves into the overall. But we have Indonesia with 59 points, Pakistan with the chicken after that from 28 all the way up to 48 points, 44 for the Nepal. We have blue with the chicken dinner, 36 points, 28 for White, 26 for Jordan, Malaysia with 24, and the first chart closes on Vietnam with 19 points.
Whew, okay, again, I needed to drink some water. It was a crazy gameplay, not just coming from Pakistan, to be honest, also coming from Indonesia. And of course, with 4 matches that completed, the leaderboard is already taking shape, and Indonesia obviously remains the undisputed leader. So 26 placement points and 33 eliminations here. Towards they've already secured them a commanding 59 points in total. So proving that, again, their balanced approach so far has been paying off. But right behind them, of course, Pakistan is refusing to back down, matching Indonesia's 33 elimination points and sitting at 48. So currently they are the biggest threat to Indonesia's reign. And speaking of threat, of course, we cannot deny the players that have been standing out among the rest when it comes to the MVP ranking. We've got ZMJ, JKK still at the top here, T24 OP coming from Pakistan with that amazing gameplay. There is no doubt that he belongs in this list. Precious coming from Nepal, we've got IQQ as well, and Rex. So pretty much, almost the same names, from all the matches that we've gone through so far.
Where did Noki go?
And Noki, however, it's still, at the top of his game for day number 1. We cannot deny his prowess, but of course there will be other players that will be gunning for the MVP title. I mean, we're talking about 50,000, right? 50,000 Nepali rupees.
Oh my god, that's a lot of money. That's definitely a lot of money for a single player on top of the prize pool. But, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 matches are done and dusted. 2 for Indonesia, we have 1 for Nepal, and 1 for Pakistan. Down to the last match we are, and that last match will also be of the Miramar once again. That match will once again come to the Miramar, and judging from the fact that how the teams actually played this Miramar, Andy, I'm gonna ask you a question, whether this match you think will go for aggressive stance, because this one was kind of on the slow pace.
I feel like, okay, if I were a team who have already landed the top spot, I think I would slow down, or perhaps maybe I could go aggressive just so I could maintain that lead. But then again, if you go for an over aggressive gameplay, you could also potentially lose the lead. So again, teams need to find that perfect balance in terms of getting the placement points and kill points as well. But of course, everything is just hypothetical, theoretical, and we will find out the moment we step into the final match today. Can you believe it? Time flies so fast when we're having fun. But yeah, we will be taking a short break, ladies and gents, so please don't go away. Stay tuned. Ladies and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
sorry.
we did that in sync. We
Yeah.
did that in sync.
No, we're just excited. We're just excited.
Yeah.
But go ahead. The floor
We're
is yours,
definitely-
Storix.
No. The floor is yours.
No,
You
the
take
floor
it.
is
You
yours.
take the
No.
lead.
Well,
Oh my god. I think we're gonna take the caster desk on this, that you take the first lead, you take the first lead. But here we go, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen. We are back with the final match of the day number 1. That is of the Asia Showdown, presented to you by Esports Association of Nepal. This is the day number 1, and every team is representing their country from this point onward. There is multiple teams in a single country as well that is representing, and with this, the chances for that country may be high, but everybody showing the spirit of the domination, of the aggression, and the fighting spirit as well, Andy.
Oh man, okay, so Indonesia is definitely ahead, but Pakistan again is closing in fast. That's what I can say. Nepal's 3 teams are kind of locked in a fierce internal battle per se. I mean, Jordan and Malaysia, they're waiting for their moment to perhaps strike. So this match is going to be like a fight for survival, dominance, and of course redemption. But then again, I mean, a lot of things can still happen since this is just day number 1. We still got 2 more days for this tournament, so there will be plenty of chances for your favorite teams to kind of make up for the lost points and come back even stronger for the remaining days of this tournament.
I mean, this is the final match, and you have to play what you have to play. You have to make the choices what you have to do. And judging from the choices so far, talking about the plane line and the choices of the teams, plane line going from the Puerto Paraíso all the way up to the El Pozo, whereas we can see Showdown, the Bangladesh, going to the Puerto Paraíso. Los Leon has 2 teams into the proximity. Pecado, on the other hand, I think there's only 1 team, but I can be wrong on that. But we have Los Leones, ladies and gentlemen, the fight that's ensuing, the fight that has actually occurred in Nepal.
Ooh.
Red it is, ladies and gentlemen. Rex is down, Domain closing in, getting those shots, but instantly one more player, Precious, gets taken down. Domain with the 1897, he manages to do a shot. Oh my god, the connectivity is insane on this guy. Then we have Lebanon Legacy from the red side, getting that confirmation upon on the players. Grenade goes over, it did not make any connection. It is potentially a 1 versus 2 right here into the proximity of the Los Leones, and judging from the fact Domain going for the revival, Precious should have said that. Okay, go for the revival first, then we go for the fight.
You know, for the style of Nepal Red, it hasn't changed at all from the get-go. You know, they have been heavy on elimination points. It's a high-risk, high-reward thing for Nepal Red. It's not always as rewarding, but it is a formula that works out for them pretty well. But Precious is still down on the ground. Saitama was able to recuperate, but he needs to heal up. Precious also got picked up as well, so they're a full squad. Big chance for Nepal Red to kind of reclaim the energy that they've showed us a while ago, the kind of tenacity that we do expect coming from this team. Saitama have been proving himself, you know, right off the bat. He was able to lay down a lot of haymakers, so to speak, from the previous matches. So let's see if they can close down this fight as they continue on with this trade-off up against Jordan.
The fight once again is going to the trade-off. It's coming on. Zakaria, come on. You need to heal yourself first before aggressing up on anyone at this point. You have to know your surroundings. You have to know your own health before moving forward to get those damages or those eliminations done upon on the players. But we have, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, how they're gonna be able to do that, because 2 of the players of the Jordan is completely annihilated. It is the last 2 players, and a 2 versus 4 situation. We do have to see how that is going to affect upon on the players, how it actually is going to affect on the teams. There we go. The shots can potentially come up. Kevin gets that shotgun on Rex, and oh my goodness, this is a beauty. Rex gets knocked down. He gets a confirmation, in fact, on top of that. And right with this, that's the first elimination. Syria has lost 1 player. Second player now down as well, down to the last 2 that they are. And we do have to see how it's going to how it's going to happen from this point onward. where Champ still waiting on the staircases. Satan, in the meanwhile, gets elimination as well. Yusef Ali, the last two players, the last two guys, it's everything residing on these shoulders. And Picado, in fact, is the place that is right now being contested upon.
Oof, Satan got sent back to the underworld, I guess. Anyway, back to Syria and, of course, Timor-Leste. There is a need for Timor-Leste to kind of pick up the pace. You know, they need to level up their gameplay, so to speak, because the previous matches really didn't work out for them. But so far, they do have a little bit of leverage up against Syria, but of course, not without losing some of their members. So William, I believe, is the last active member. So this is now down to a 1v1 situation.
This is down to the last 1v1 situation for the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
One of these teams is going to survive. One of these team is definitely going to go and back to the drawing board from this point onward. But we have one player being revived from the Syria side. William, you have to go for the revive. But in the meanwhile, Camp instantly is going to get once again knocked out. Ali closing in. He needs to heal himself. In the meanwhile, oh my god, Yusef, you beast. You sneaky guy, getting that angle upon on the player, getting those eliminations, and with this, doing a 1v3 from Ali's side, it's amazing. Amazing on these players. 4 elimination, but at the cost of 2 of their own. I think this is not a good trade-off.
It's a loose trick, you know, for the side of Timor-Leste. So hopefully they can come back stronger tomorrow. They will have a chance, of course, to go through the live broadcast for day number 1. So they will be able to pick up some notes there, get back to the drawing board, and discuss, you know, how they should go about every rotation, every gameplay. If they, of course, want to survive and be included at least in the top 5 tier of this tournament, because those are the only placement that will translate into a slice of the pie, so to speak. Anyway, stage 1, and just a few minutes, and everyone just started really aiming at each other. That's why we're down to just 14 teams remaining, 51 players, but we still got 1 minute and 55 seconds on the clock here before we move into stage number 2. But as for Nepal Red, we've seen them go up against a team moments ago, and in that process, again, they already lost 2 of their members. It's Rex and Precious all together, so it's Domain and Saitama, the One Punch Man. So I feel like I do wonder if he can bring that kind of power punch back into the gameplay.
Oh my god, we do have to see that. But Saitama, alongside of I think Domain, yeah, that's Domain alongside of this guy. So 2 players on the team, Nepal Red, so far 4 elimination. They're on the equal term with the team Pakistan at this point with 48 points. Nepal White, so far, they're kind of outside of the blue zone. They're taking the blue zone damage. Team MN, Team Sri Lanka, they're also outside of the blue zone as well, taking that damage for themselves. But in the meanwhile, we have a green Mustang, ladies and gentlemen, in the hand of Delta. Team Nepal Blues Delta so far, alongside of Example, alongside of Gyante. One thing I do love about Miramar is that you get to drive the cars. You get to drive your vehicles and everything from that point onward to wherever you want to go. Whether you want to like have one corner to the other one, you just need to have some fuels for yourself. And this is the only map that lets you actually do this. That actually lets you drive freely ever you want to go. Other than that, you know, in Erangel, there's always some places that can be seen to maybe get some shots on you, but oh my god, Syria gets a knockdown. It's a confirmation right off the bat, and the team that just managed to like got a full 4 eliminations for themselves is now down to the very last guy.
You know, to be honest, the moment that Team Vietnam was able to really pick up the pace here started from like match number 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a struggle going through the first 3 matches for day number 1, coming from the side of Vietnam. But of course, we all know what kind of caliber they can deliver into the battlefield here. So we'll just have to wait and see up until we see them again for day number 2 and day number 3. It could be part of a long gameplay for Team Vietnam. Perhaps they don't want to reveal their secret weapons just yet. But let's see. Right now, they're going for a relocation here, headed towards maybe perhaps another town that they could pillage. But judging by the stats we can see on the screen here, Red from Nepal was able to bag 4 elimination points now. for their name, under their name rather. We've got Team Syria as well with 4 points. So in this round for stage 2, they are the top 2 performing teams so far, since they have the most number of LMs.
I mean, it is the fact that you have the most number of limbs so far, but I mean, it's Miramar, it's the start of the match. Anything is possible at this point, and this is just the stage number 2. There's still a lot for the players, for the teams, for the countries to like get their points more and more, and this is just the stage number 1. Even if you still like not able to get even a single point for yourself into the day number 1, there's still like the possibility that you can get more points into the day number 2, maybe the day number 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But okay, this is also one team that hasn't been doing exactly great for day number 1 of this tournament. So I do hope Bangladesh can also come up with a much more effective plan, so to speak, to go through the remaining days of the tournament, because they need to, of course, step it up a bit. You know, they need to gather those elimination points. I mean, they have been doing quite a good job in terms of rotation and picking up a good spot in every map, but to sustain it, you know, with firepower to defend themselves, you know, in that compound, I think that's where the struggle is for Team Bangladesh.
I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure what's gonna happen after the day number 1, because Indonesia, they yet still have to take the fight. Yes, they tried right now to get some connectivities done upon on the players, but it was all in vain. They did not get even a single point for themselves. Then we have Team Pakistan. We have Pakistan with 48. 11 points of difference from the number 1 team. Nepal, red, lost 2 of their players for eliminations. Okay, good start, but not a great start. Then we have Nepal, blue, 36 points. Still a long way to go. Even if they get the winner chicken dinner of this match with 10 eliminations, then they can think of getting into the number 2 position. But we have another stage, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to Minas Generalis, Los Leones, northern side area, the La Bendita, the crater, the crash crater is inside that circle. Orpheus, you can see. Yusuf, you can know he is the last guy. He is the only hope for the team, and he's trying his best, level best, to survive. And that team is from the Syria. We can see the rest of the teams on the western side angle, how well they're contested upon, how well congested they are. Federalis got back to his team members, so that's a great start. That's a great thing. The teams are making sure that they're not overlapping with one another into the point where they are forced to take the fight, or rather than the one that they can possibly take or not take.
And I guess if we're going to be looking at how you know, the mid-table contenders are playing this one, I mean, take Jordan for example. They do have strong eliminations, but placement points are kind of lacking, you know, from their gameplay. We've got Malaysia as well. It's a steady presence, you know, for the team, but they also need they need to also kind of like a big pull off in terms of like big game to climb even higher. And there's also Vietnam, of course, struggling to find a momentum, but they're definitely still in the fight here. And as for Mongolia, this is again not the kind of pace we are used to see coming from this team, but then again, they could be like the wild card that you know, we're not expecting to really blossom into this competition.
I mean, this is the wild card at this point for the teams. This is the opportunity. I would say this is the opportunity for the teams, at least to secure some decent points. And I'm talking about the ones that are at the bottom lines, whether it's the team Maldives, whether it's the team Laos at this point, 6 points, 10 points. Bangladesh, they have 10 points. Syria, okay, they managed to get 11 points. These are the names that needs to like secure some decent points, at least into this final match of the day, so they can have a really great start, or a decent start for the day number 2, because the day number 2 is going to be super crucial for every single one of them. That there's no chances of mistake. You make one mistake, you're going to be instantly thrown off the chart. You're going to be instantly thrown off the competition. Even right now, the competition is between the top 5s, where they're the only ones that are going to get the prize pool like distribution for themselves. And aside from that, from the number 6 onward, nobody's gonna have even a single cent for them. 7, 8, 9, those 19, 24, 26 points, they're not gonna help you unless you are in the top 5 after the day number 3. You have to make a way for yourself, not only on those elimination points, because the MVP is also gonna have some decent number of prize pool for himself, but also those crucial team plays that you basically need to secure the more chunk portion of the prize pool.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Laos, Lebanon, Timor-Leste, Syria, and Maldives. The tournament is already slipping away, to be honest. So they must like really take risk now, or risk fading into obscurity here. This is the final chance for them to turn things around before, of course, getting into the final day. But I do hear a lot of gunshots, and on screen I can see boys coming from Team Laos. We can see that one of them is, of course, trying to get into a very good vantage point here to take advantage of. I mean, if you do have that vantage point, then it'll be easier for you to take down your opponents. But this is not a great spot at all. And that was, of course, an opportunity seized by a domain here to bag that. And right now, even if Nepal Red is at a deficit here, they're still, doing quite good, I can say. I mean, 5 elimination points is still a decent number to begin with.
I mean, 5 is a number, but when you look at the fact you only have 2 more players for your own team, that's where the risk and the downfall comes into the play, because you're not eligible. You're not eligible from this point onward to like secure more points for yourself, rather than going for that aggressive approach that you could have done if you had the 4-man standing. But Pakistan, let's go once again with the grenades, getting that 1 knockdown. We have Noir 7 with the grenade as well. Amazing job as well, getting those shots connected as 12k. Oh my god, this team is insane as well. That's the second one down. It's an instant knockdown confirmation upon on the players. 3 eliminations. So far, it is 3 elimination, and Laos has managed to get that without the casualty. Okay, that 1 elimination was there, but still, the second player, he has the potential to get that revival done.
Indonesia found themselves in a little altercation happening somewhere in Miramar. 2 of their players are kind of got shut down, but we will see that confirmation in just a while. In the meantime, we've got Team Pakistan on the screen trying to take care of business here up against is this okay, this is Sri Lanka, right, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Lucifer down on the ground. Oh my goodness, the names that we have in this competition is well thought of, I can say. But as we speak, Team Pakistan was able to bag 2 elimination points, and obviously T24 is trying to flush out their opponents from the warehouse. And Laos, in another part of Miramar, Honda was able to bag yet another point here, which is, of course, a great start for Laos in this final round.
Oh my god. This is almost the final round. We are actually going to the very end of the match number 5, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that grenades are blowing up into the long ranges vicinity. Honda saw that and he was like, okay, nope, I'm not shooting at there anymore. There's a grenade fight going on. Let them take the fight. But we have Lizzie Boy getting some shots connected upon on the players. Another circle shift is coming up, and this time around it's gonna go. Where is it gonna go? This is the question. This is the question that we need to be answered. I really want to see where the circle is gonna go, because so far it is kind of stuck. The teams are stuck. The circle is stuck, and I think it has gone somewhat to the northern side, the La Bendita area. So one thing we do have to know is the fact that, okay, majority of the teams, they will still be inside that circle. The ones that will not be, they're going to be heavily artilleried from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, given this circle that we have so far, in the middle of this zone, I don't think it will be the best spot for now. Okay, so it's a good thing. The circle already shifted and had favored a little bit onto the east side of Miramar here. So we've got, of course, the boys coming from Nepal Blue. We've got Bangladeshi also hanging out right at the edge of the circle here. We've got Team Pakistan coming from the northern side. And Youssef, okay, I don't know how this guy's going to survive, to be honest. I mean, he's definitely down in the crater. He will need to climb up, and he will see a lot of teams from down below. And to even escape that situation is already like a crucial one for this guy alone.
Oh my god. I'm not even sure what's going on at this point. How is Syria still alive? My question is, and the second question that I want to ask, where are they? Where is that solo guy just holding himself throughout the whole situation that everyone was fighting? He's just chilling out there, surviving, staying alive. That's his first and foremost motto. Top 9 it is. Now the fight for the top 5 it is from this point onward for all of these guys. And Naki so far trying to look out for the proximities, but you have to be careful in this particular region that there is the team Nepal in the proximity. There is also another team that can potentially take you down from the long ranges angle. Oh my god, I think Naki managed to spot someone at the very least, because I'm pretty sure Example did. If Naki didn't, Example, I'm 110% sure Example did for sure.
You know, we were talking about a while ago during the previous match that the only thing lacking from Pakistan's gameplay is, of course, that chicken dinner win, and they were able to pull that one off, you know, in the previous match. So Pakistan right now, I believe, is on a great momentum. I mean, Noki had been, you know, quite shutting down players from the field here, and of course, we are looking at consistency. If Team Pakistan can be able to pull that one off, then there will be no problem for them to actually move forward in this competition. Now, Nepal Blue, okay, it has been a quiet first few zones for them, but now that we are already at stage 5 and the circle is now a little small, now this is the cue that they have been waiting for to engage in a lot of altercation, a lot of conflicts, so to speak. As for now, they do have 3 points, and obviously they kind of lost their momentum in some of the matches for day number 1 here, and we cannot deny still the fact that they are one of the high-performing teams so far for day number 1.
These are the high-performing teams, but ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness another fight. It is Mongolia going on straight into the proximity. Let's see what's going to happen. Alex is here. He's going to get a grenade instantly. That's a knockdown. Another one comes into the play. Oh my god, Indonesia, you guys are a beast. 5 eliminations in a single split second. Going for the 6th one because he is still knocked out. You can still have the opportunity to get that elimination, but wait a second. It's Mongolia's elimination got stolen by Team Pakistan. This was Indonesia's elimination that Pakistan just casually stole away from them at this point, and they're definitely going to be pissed from this point onward. Nepal Blue, we have 36 total points, 3 eliminations into the proximity. Team Myanmar 24-1, and you can see how dispersed, how much of a difference is between the top 2s, and after that 4 onward all these teams are.
Okay, here we go. Laos, a great start. They have been a little aggressive right off the bat here, so they have already picked up that pace that we were talking about a while ago. But now Indonesia needs to move a little because the zone is already about ready to devour them just yet. But obviously, Razy here is going off angle, trying to find a good vantage point, of course, to go up against Laos. Federal is trying to get close to the fire here. He does know exactly where his enemies are and is cascading it back to the rest of the team here. But unfortunately, Razy caught a nade coming from Laos, but Federals will definitely respond with a nade himself. Can he be accurate? Yes, he was able to inflict a little damage up against Lazy Boy here, but the fight is not over just yet. But Indonesia seems to be winning the fight just because they are the team that inflicts more damage compared to Laos.
Oh my god, Laos is getting heavy artillery on them. Bangladesh, in the meanwhile, they have finished off. Malaysia, we have Depi in the proximity, getting all that loot, getting all that arsenal from their peers. But I love the fact Indonesia, Team Pakistan, they're staying on the same equal footing on the eliminations. The only team, other team that has an equal footing on the elimination is the team Laos, with a 6 elimination to the proximity as well. But Team Pakistan, they have the top of the mountain and potentially a really decent position inside of that circle. 46 seconds, and we will have another shift where it's gonna be revealed which teams will be inside, which team will have the upper advantage, and which team will be forced to like take that fight from this point onward.
Malaysia trying to find an opening here. They have been trying to shut down a couple players coming from, well, Maldives, of course, and players coming from Nepal as well. I believe that would be white. Is that white? Okay, Nepal blue. Okay, so everyone is just really close at one another. Indonesia Federalis, he does have that information as to where exactly his opponents are. As you can see on the screen, he's pretty accurate at where he is aiming his M416. Also, from Malaysia, Trexie has already been taken out of the equation here, but Malaysia was able to manage 4 points in the bag here, so they are doing good as well. But we are already at stage 7 here with 7 teams remaining, and from the kill feed, man, one of the players from Indonesia got shut down, which is, of course, will not play good if they want to go for their 3rd chicken dinner of the night.
Oh my god. This can be either their 3rd chicken dinner, or I have faith. I have faith in the fact Team Pakistan can also like secure 2nd of their chicken dinner. But IQ, he's the guy that is knocked down. There is the team Myanmar. Depi getting that shot against the team. Oh my god, Team Nepal Blue. That's a knockdown. That's a confirmation. Right going there. Gyante, the final guy that is surviving right now. And look at Team Pakistan. They have the circle. They have the shift of the circle, the zone for themselves. And on top of that, they also have the top of the mountain where they can see all their enemies from the very top. Yes, this puts them into a really good advantage, but it also puts them in a really heavy disadvantage as well. It's more of a disadvantage than the advantage because you're looking at one team, but there's multiple teams that might be looking at you from that point onward.
And here we go. Stage 7, ladies and gents. A big shout out to our 10,000 viewers watching this tournament as we speak. Federalis right now popping onto the left side of the screen here because he is dominating with when it comes to like bagging those elimination points. And now here comes Malaysia going after, of course, Team Pakistan. Byron jumps out of the vehicle, but unfortunately he gets tagged. The Pakistan IQQ already on the move here, and just like that, Pakistan emerged victorious once again, which puts us to 5 teams remaining for stage 7.
This is stage 7, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, another elimination towards the Pakistan side. We have 7 eliminations. All the 4 players still remaining, but 2 of them is knocked down. One of them, Fala, gets confirmation. Now the second one, T24. But Naki is being closed up upon. The DBS is making its connection. The player gets the elimination. It is the Team Indonesia. That's the 3rd winner chicken dinner loading up for this team as they are down into the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia so far 11 elimination. Laos 6 elimination. They're on the last man standing as well. Maldives is also a team with a 4-man standing, but Syria, they're also surviving. Oh my god, Syria is still alive. Yusuf, this guy is a survival master. He is a literal pacifist at this point. He's like, I don't want to take any fight. I just want to survive. I just want that winner with a chicken dinner or that top 2 positions. But here we go. I think his position has been revealed. The smokes, the grenades will definitely be deployed over here. The grenade from Yusuf's side, it's definitely not going to hit anyone. But going on to the Maldives side, let's see what Maldives are going to do, because you can see the 3 players, one into the very southern side looking at the single guy. The rest of the 2 players are kind of taking the fight against on toward the northern angles. I think against the team Indonesia at this point, so we do have to know what's going to happen. But Syria finally gets eliminated. Lizzie Boy is also going to get those shots, also going to get those damages on himself. The gun change, 8 bullets once again, going to go forward. But oh my god, are they missing so much of these bullets?
Oh my gosh. Nitro getting his groove on. Was able to bag that point. That was such a great dance off. A lot of them, I mean, both of the players actually showed a little shimmy right there. But Indonesia right now gunning for that win. But, oh man, that was such a plot twist that happened. So Indonesia wasn't able to secure their 3rd winner chicken dinner of the night, because I believe it was Maldives. Was it Maldives that scored the chicken dinner? Okay, just waiting for the winner to pop off. Was it?
Yeah.
It is Maldives. There you go.
Oh my god. This was insane. This was so insane that I have to even take a pause between the in and sane at this point. We were not expecting. Nobody was expecting the Indonesia to lose like this. The way that they were actually aggressing upon every single one of the teams, and they were just eating away not only their opponents, the one that were super close to getting that chicken dinner, the team Pakistan, but also the rest of the teams as well. Last time we saw them, they had 11 eliminations, and after this, I don't know how many eliminations that they are going to have for themselves, but we have Mala Q Big at this point, a 6 elimination, 1093 damage, 281 healing, 54.55% of the contribution for the team, 430 damage taken, and the longest elimination distance for this guy is 211 meters.
You know what, to be honest, it was a steal, right? I mean, Indonesia obviously was on a great momentum. They were able to already set up a double-digit elimination points, and they were able to eliminate the biggest threat so far from this round, which is, of course, Team Pakistan, who is already at their tail when it comes to really gunning for the top spot. But again, what a plot twist just happened for the final round, and Maldives so far. I can say that this has been the best game that happened for Maldives. I mean, they're also a team that put a stop on Indonesia's streak in getting that winner chicken dinner. A while ago, it was Team Pakistan, but now it was Maldives' turn, of course, to put a knife to the heart of Team Indonesia.
I mean, I love the fact that this guy does not have a single headshot. It's 50% on the body, 50% on the legs. It's equal. I'm either hitting your legs or I'm either hitting your body. You're not getting any headshots from me from this time around, at least in this match. And not only on that, he managed to get that MVP done, those 6 eliminations with just the bodies and the legs shots. It's amazing. I have to commend to this guy. But let's go to the match summary, talk about the eliminations. 60 it is. Knockouts are 68. We have 9,229 healing with 150 throwables used, 2 airdrops, 9 headshots. I don't know why the number of headshots are not changing. It has been on the 9. It was 9 or 19. It was 9, right? The first match was 9. The second match was 9. Every match was kind of on the 9 part for on the headshot side. Then we have 22 rescues. Longest elimination in this Miramar, on the other hand, it is 391 meters, close to the 400 markers. It's a really amazing number.
Oh man, it was an amazing day one overall, not gonna lie there. But yeah, I mean, a total of 9 heads that actually blew into pieces right there. And I guess there's a pattern that we need to watch out for here, Torix, because most of the players that we see really getting that MVP title are actually going for the legs and then the body. Not so much so when it comes to those headshots, right? I mean, it's hard to pull off, but can actually be sweet if you are successful at putting down players, hitting their heads first, because that is, of course, a straight up, making your opponent getting knocked down on the ground. But the match ranking popping on your screen at the moment, again, Indonesia bagged the most number of elimination points, but of course they weren't able to secure that chicken dinner win. It was Maldives, of course, with 16, so just a 1-point lead for Indonesia right there. We got Laos, again, by far the best game so far for this team, 12, and then we've got Pakistan coming in at 4th place with 10.
I'm really amazed to see Pakistan's how well they have submerged themselves into the action and everything. That they're playing every single game with a decent consistency. Maldives has done it this time. They got the winner chicken dinner. Laos had a decent number of eliminations in this match as well. That's 12. Syria survived amazingly, beautifully. That single guy, Yusuf, you are a survival man. You definitely are a survival. Then we have Nepal Blue, 7 total points. Malaysia, 7 total points. Nepal Red, 7. Timor-Leste, 2 points. Bangladesh, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Jordan, Nepal White. They all managed to secure just a single point for themselves. Lebanon and Mongolia this time around did not secure a single point for themselves. And this is not looking good for them. This is not looking good for these guys. But then going on to the overall ranking, we have Indonesia, 76. Taking a very big leap of faith, a very big jump on towards the points table, 76, and after that, look at Pakistan on the number 2 that they are, but 58 points, meaning there's still 18 points of a difference going on between the number 1 and the number 2. then the situation goes even lower. We have 7 points of a difference with Nepal Red, 51, 43 for Nepal Blue. That kind of went like on the top, maybe 7 points, 8 points again into the proximity. Then we have Malaysia, 31, 29 for Nepal White, 27 for Jordan and Maldives. After this chicken dinner, from the page number 2, they jump up onto the page number 1 with 22 points.
If we're going to like really pay attention to what just happened during the final round here, obviously Nepal Blue and Red, they've fallen a little behind, when it comes to their consistency. They're still fighting, but their lack of placement points, I guess, is hurting their chances. But of course, this is just like kind of a taste, since this is day number 1. I think this is more of like getting acquainted with each other and like how they play and how they go through each of the matches here. At least they already know what kind of approach they will be doing tomorrow for Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. And as for the MVP rankings, again, we've got Malak Bik from Indonesia, T24. We've got Federalis. Ooh, okay, welcome, Federalis. We got Noki back on the roster here. Same thing goes for IQQ. And just like that, when it comes to the MVP title here, Torix, we've got 3 players representing Team Pakistan.
Oh yeah, we have the top 2s of the leaderboard taking all the glory of the MVP ranking. We have Malak Bek, we have T24, we have Federalis, we have Naki, and IQ. Still, the amount of eliminations on the consistency side, I think a team like Pakistan had done some decent number of eliminations, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 for I'd say Indonesia, we have 1 for Pakistan, we have 1 for Mongolia, and we have 1 for Nepal as well. So it was Nepal Blue on the Erangel. If my memory serves me right, it was that Nepal Blue that got that Erangel Winner chicken dinner. But yes, 2 winner chicken dinners will definitely put you in a very decent position into the overall ranking and everything, and that's exactly what we have seen. For the Indonesia side, they have secured the somewhat 78 points for themselves, and because of this, the day number 2, they will be kind of chill on towards the fact they will not be that much pressured that, okay, we need to secure this much points in every single game. They kind of can go for that chill momentum.
Exactly. And before we step into day number 2 of this competition, of course, we've seen how everyone actually approach each challenges that they faced all throughout 5 matches here for day number 1. There's also like Vietnam, Mongolia, Syria, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. We also got Timor-Leste and Lebanon. Things are looking a little bit on the grim side, but sitting below 20 points here in the overall. Again, we've already mentioned this, stories. They must take bigger risks, I guess, or they'll be stuck, watching the final day with no real shot at redemption here. They don't want to fall behind because, again, day number 1 is all about getting that foundation done, and day number 2 will be all about cementing and solidifying their position in the overall leaderboard. But that is it, ladies and gents. Those were the 5 matches that we had to go through for day number 1 of this competition. And again, I will leave you with some questions before we wrap things up, Torix. Will Indonesia, of course, finally slip under pressure the moment we step into day number 2? Of course, they will have to defend their title, being at the top spot here. And then can Pakistan, of course, keep pushing, right? Or will their reckless aggression maybe backfire in some of the matches that will happen tomorrow? And of course, Nepal's 3 teams that we have in this competition, who will emerge as the strongest contender, right? I'm gonna leave you guys with those questions in mind. So, Torix, do you have anything more to say before we wrap up day number 1?
Andy, every team is fighting against each other. Nepal is fighting amongst themselves for the top position at this point. There are 3 of them, and they're fighting amongst themselves. It's a red, blue, and white. I think it should have been yellow at this point. It kind of would have made the perfect series.
Stoplight.
If you guys know what I mean. You guys are a fan of the Pokemon as well. But yes, it could have been the perfect series. But ladies and gentlemen, this was all for the day number 1. Whatever Andy said, whatever Red Queen said, for all those questions, that will be answered tomorrow for the day number 2. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a very beautiful day. Take care of yourself. Have a good time.